Murano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Murano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome in, Dawn Stensland Live. Headlines this morning, the U.S. launching new strikes against Iran. President Trump threatens a, quote, massive attack as Iran widens the war. That's one headline. Oil prices surging past $100 a barrel after those Red Sea attacks. And that continues. We told you that yesterday with Dr. Michael Busler. And as well, cyclosporiasis. The outbreak expands even further. And yes, Pennsylvania being named in that one. Still, leafy greens being blamed for the outbreaks. But the worst of it is actually still in the Michigan area. But stay safe, everybody. Watch out for the lettuce, dangerous lettuce, as we talk about explosive diarrhea. You know who's here today? What a treat. Rich Zeoli. It's Friday. It's got to be Zeoli. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Dawn. I have sworn off lettuce.
You
got
sworn off lettuce? Yes, please.
Yes,
I have to be healthy.
Lettuce. I won't touch it. I won't go near lettuce. No. I'm not a rabbit. I'm going to eat hot dog. All the things they told me were bad for me. Those are the things I've been eating, and I've not gotten sick. So
good. Now, what happens is Mama Zeoli call and go, be careful, baby. Don't eat the lettuce. Don't even wash it.
Yeah. She goes, make sure, because, washing it doesn't take care of that. I didn't realize that because we bought we bought a salad spinner. I thought that would take care of it, but no, you got to cook it. You got to cook it to like 160 degrees. Who's doing that with lettuce?
Ew. Yeah.
I'm just passing on it. Yeah. So like the other night, Bridget ordered a Caesar salad and I said, oh, you are taking a huge risk with that. All right.
Right.
That is like, you might as well be doing crystal meth right on the table. What are you thinking?
Crystal meth may actually, if you do that, could counteract the parasites. I don't think they like crystal meth. So it's actually a treatment.
I'm willing to try. Whatever. I'll try anything.
Oy, oy, oy. So now what's the deal? Because it's Friday. I know you're on Fox. Are you headed to Fox News? Or because I was looking at the monitor trying to see if have you been on Fox News this morning, or are you headed to be the superstar that you are on Fox News?
I was on this morning at 10 o'clock. I was on with Bill Hemmer and Shannon Bream. Shannon's filling in for Dana this week.
Okay.
And along with Brian Brenberg, who's a co-anchor on Fox Business. We were talking about AOC and the rise of her political career. And I was making the point that I think she's got the momentum. And I said, I don't think she can win a general election because I don't see blue collar workers in Pennsylvania voting for her. I don't think they want socialism, that they don't want communism. And I think the ones that do are the college-educated white liberals who would vote Democrat anyway. So I think the swing states are basically going to save us from the commies.
Well, that's good. Now, just to point out, Rich is not driving.
So,
No, I'm
right,
not.
I just want to point that out.
He has not looked at the road since joining us.
Yeah, because, so but you're looking very handsome. He took his jacket off for us, got the white shirt, the purple tie. Why a purple tie as you're being driven? Because you're a Fox News star, and we are so proud of you.
Well, I'm
You look
not yet,
fabulous.
but maybe soon, someday. Why a purple tie? Because Dana wrote Purple State. So no, actually, I grabbed it in my closet this morning at 5:30. It was so dark I didn't want to wake Bridget up, so I reached in, I grabbed the tie that I thought was blue, and it turned out to be lavender, purple. I don't know. Yeah, and then Hemmer was wearing a purple tie, so it was like a purple extravaganza.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I love it.
I don't put a lot of thought into this, Dawn. I just grab whatever I can and get out of the house.
I love it. I love it. So I think Dan Borowski has prepared for us. Do we want to talk about AOC? We have a lot of cut sheet, but you have Caroline Levitt speaking out, all in her red. Where do you want to go, Dan Borowski? Oh, he's like, what are you talking about? All right, never mind. I don't mean to throw you. We've had this crazy morning today, Rich, with Anna Hummel, because the ride obviously we were showing you, was it last year or year before, when you were in the dunk tank? And you were a really good sport. And then Maureen Faulkner, the obviously widow of Danny Faulkner back in the day, who was one of our great police heroes who was murdered, killed in action. So we've just been active raising funds. And I know that it's near and dear to your heart as you've been supporting Families Behind the Badge all of these years. So just wanted to think about that as well.
All right, sorry about that. I didn't have my stuff prepared there.
I didn't mean to throw you.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry,
fine.
Dan.
I've been running behind here trying to get Rich's video up.
It's
I
crazy.
apologize. To combine those, Caroline Levitt holding a press conference yesterday. You talked about AOC.
Yeah.
She also mentioned Mamdani and a communist takeover of the Democratic Party. So I figured that's probably where you guys would want to start. So I'm still trying to cue that up. Give me one quick sec.
I will say that the dunk tank is the reason why I can't get that Silosporus thing, because that dunk tank was so disgusting. It saved me from every virus and parasite out there. Nothing can touch me. That water was so contaminated. Atlantic City's finest water.
Well, we got to go there first. Then. Here's video of that again.
Here, let's just see it. Here's Maureen. And he's like relieved. What's going through your head as she's,
Moving past the line to throw the ball at the red thing to knock me into the tank.
There she is. Come on, Maureen.
It's so gross.
Pretend it's Krasner's face. That's what they said. And she is.
That's right. She nailed it. And that water was so putrid. You couldn't see anything. It was like I thought it was gonna.
Great crowd. And that's where we'll be on Sunday after 1:30 by 1:30. Everybody's there. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And Rich being a really good sport. He was in the dunk tank. I don't know who's going to be in the dunk tank this year, but it's just such a fun time. It's the after party of the big bentooshore.org or gregsoccersucks.com. We're still trying to raise this money. If you head down, if you want to meet us, because we have our community. I mean, the original Zioli Army, if you will, the Zioli family. And Rich has supported this for years. Greg, all of us, the whole team. Anna is here this year for the first time. I'm riding. I was down there last year, but this is the first year for me that I'm riding. So we want to see you, and it's better than ever this year. And we'll have Mark O'Connor giving us some secrets that are going to be happening. So he's coming up at 11:30. But we've got Rich.
So you're riding. That's impressive, Dawn.
How about that?
And are you ready? You feel good?
I mean, I'm a little. I don't know. I'm nervous about going over the Ben Franklin Bridge.
Yeah.
Because that's like one of the first things you have to get over is the bridge, which is kind of intimidating, So once I think everything's downhill past there, but I don't know. It's the thing about it is, as you well know, we all have a community. Everybody's really supportive. I really do look forward to Sunday afternoon, everybody getting together and still continuing. We're still trying to raise money. I mean, through the weekend, even through Sunday, through the after party, Rich.
Yeah, it's an incredible organization. It does so much for law enforcement families, and just please be as generous as you can to support it, because these are people that put their lives on the line for us, and their families need the help. So it's a wonderful organization. Mark O'Connor does a great job with it. Wayne Bonfiglio, and I saw that. I think Team 1210 has like 50 riders, which is amazing.
It's amazing. This
Give
year.
Road Warrior a shout out. I know he's been working really hard on this. So,
Shawn.
I mean, just incredible people doing a great job. It's really impressive. And once again, I have another medical excuse to use to not ride, which I love. But I have that. I timed the surgery. It's like I can't ride a bike yet. I'm recovering from open heart surgery. So
Yeah, and you can't be in a dunk tank. You got the scar. You got to
no,
heal.
yeah, no, nobody,
you know.
nobody wants to see that. No,
Yeesh.
that would just be rude.
Yeesh.
That'd be bad.
Yeesh. But we do.
I think it's great that you're riding. I think it's great that you're riding. I think it's great that everybody's. It's a wonderful thing.
It really is. And Michael and David this year, they're riding with me. So that's going to be, and for Michael, and by the way, you can go to our page. If you go to FBBCF, which is Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and you type in Dawn Menti or Michael or just Menti or David or Michael Menti, so you can actually donate to us, even $5, whatever. We'd appreciate it. We're just still trying to raise money. But for Michael with his type 1 diabetes, this is a real health, the first big race that he's done since being diagnosed with T1D with type 1. So, and a lot of people are in that boat. It's a real challenge. But we just want to inspire you to please donate. So I know we're going to talk about AOC. I didn't know if you saw there was a poll out that shows this one's bizarre. And this one is that Pete Buttigieg is showing up on the polls. We'll have to talk about that on the other side. So Pete Buttigieg and JD Vance are the ones in this one primary poll. Obviously we're talking 2 years out for POTUS, but that one was a shocker to me. It's an Emerson College poll. And it shows former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He actually leads Democrats. And then the Veep, Vice President J.D. Vance, he leads he's edging out Marco Rubio among Republicans for 2028. It's early, but still. Does that surprise you?
Yeah. I don't think it's real for Pete Buttigieg. I think it's one of those situations where people are saying him because he's not like a real candidate, but they don't want to seem like they're against the gay guy in the race. I think that's not accurate. But AOC is, and there's no doubt in my mind she is the front runner. I was pretty shocked to see Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris in single digits. Yeah. I thought that was that's very telling right there. That's very telling. Everything has shifted. She has the wind at her back, and the socialism is all the rage. She's all the rage within that movement. She's the heir to Bernie Sanders, who had Bernie, had allowed in 2016, he would have been the nominee. So the question is, will the Democrats superdelegates swoop in like they did then and stop her? If not, she's probably going to end up being the Democrat nominee.
That would blow my mind. I agree with you as far as how could she get in a general election that kind of vote with just everyday people who are common sense people. Can we just go to at least one of the pieces of sound that you have, Dan, as far as talking about 2028 or AOC, or what did you want to go to?
Yeah, I was going to tee up the Caroline Levitt clip.
Okay.
Here you go.
Always seeing or learning really on how much influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world.
So this Caroline Levitt, looking fabulous, by the way, back to work. Didn't skip a beat. So I think we have to
go.
And
her red.
And in her fabulous red. I think we have to go for a station break, for a station ID. Can you hang out with us a little bit?
I can hang.
All right. Rich Scioli in the house. We are live. We're local. 855-839-1210. Rich Scioli behind the scenes on his Fox News Day. We'll be right back.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optimal Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optimal Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Friday, 75 degrees, crisp, beautiful, gorgeous forecast. Happy Friday, Philadelphia and beyond, because we're streaming everywhere now. Dawn Stensland reporting live to you. Rich Zeoli in the house, or actually being driven. It's like, I feel like I'm, it's driving Miss Daisy, driving Mr. Zeoli. He's in the vehicle being driven from Fox News. And, of course, driving the board and the clips, our own executive producer, Dan Borowski, in his kind of Hawaiian look, which we love. Jimmy Kelly, also in the house. We love you. You know, Rich, we actually were on together yesterday because Kale and Company, you're everywhere. Fox News, Kale and Company, WPHT, Zeoli's everywhere. Make sure you follow him and subscribe. Right, Rich?
Thank you. Yes, please do.
Because we love you, baby.
To the
knew him when.
podcast. I got kids to feed.
He's got the family to feed. And
I got 3 kids, you know.
Yeah, he's got the kiddies. For those of you who don't know this, and I think most of you do, but so I first met Rich, and this was back in the day before we worked together, before he had kids, and before I had ever done talk radio before. And so it was a fun thing where I was making this transition from TV news reporting, all that good stuff. And so Rich would go like, keep going for it. And I filled in a couple times. So they were kind of creating this spot on the afternoon Zeoli show. Right. And so it was kind of like Rich started making these references. And I cherish this, Rich, because it was like, you were Danny, I was Sandy. It was like, because it was the summer. It was 11 years ago, almost to the day, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And he was like, you can do it. And I was terrified. The first time I filled in, I was shaking, even though, I'm not for nothing, but I'm an experienced 12 Emmys under my belt. You know what I mean? Like in TV news.
Yeah.
But talk radio is, you're sort of naked and afraid because there's no video, there's no crutch, there's no studio crew. Talk radio it's just your voice. It's just you. I mean, now we're streaming, but we weren't then. And so you're like you and Greg Stocker are like my original, like Obi-Wan Kenobis. You know what I mean? And so I'm always like bowing to you. I'm very grateful to you.
Well, your talent is undeniable, and the audience loves you, and it was a perfect fit. And I'm just happy that you are still, and your show is great. And
Thank you.
When they gave you your own show, I thought that was such a great move. I love that. I was so proud of you.
Thank you.
So proud of you. Of course, you earned it. I mean, you're terrific, and you focus on the issues that people care about and what's in our backyard. And that's key because, otherwise every show sounds like just another, the same, everybody's saying the same stuff. So you bring a perspective from having reported in Philadelphia and knowing Philadelphia and covering the Mummers Parade. So, I think it's the reason why you're kicking butt. And what I think has been great is that you went from having to read a teleprompter to having to respond spontaneously, and nobody's better at finding a way to make a spontaneous comment just borderline rated X than Dawn Stensland. Like it's unbelievable.
Well, I get a little help from the clips. Like this morning, we played that. We want to hit that hard. We play, what's her name? Brooks. What's her name? Brooke. I know. That's so funny. I know. They take your little clips and then they live in infamy. But are you calling me a cheap trick? Cheap trick. I did think of Mama Zioli.
She's a hoa.
She's a hoa. That Brooke, what's her name again? We played her all morning. The CNN woman who was so.
Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, Brooke Baldwin. And back in the day, like 8 years ago, when she was on with Clay Travis, and he made that hysterical comment of, hey, the things that cheer him up and consistent in his life, the First Amendment and boobs. That's just like, that is an iconic statement. And of course, if that happened to me, okay, on a television national show, I would have immediately said, whoa, Clay, are we talking about real woman boobs or fake? Real? Do they have to be? Like, that was a moment. And of course, she takes it to be like, what? What are you saying? And I am so not surprised, Rich Zioli, that 8 years later, we find out she was like boofing and biffing guys, like 4 guys at once during that time. But she was acting like, what? Like church lady prude, when in fact she was a whore. You know what I mean? Like, and she was acting all like, oh, what? He said BOOBS on live television? And she was all indignant. And now, because she's like irrelevant, she's like showing her like low cut. She's like using her boobies and everything else to try to get relevancy or hits or whatever she's doing. Am I right here? We're not surprised.
No, and it's all an attention play, and it's pathetic, and it's shame. Just it's shame. It's the death of shame. That's what we live in right now in society. The death of shame. Whatever people can do for attention, and I kind of feel, I don't know. It's like such a shame that this is what somebody like her has to do in this day and age to get attention. Because that's what it is. It's a cheap attention ploy. I guess she doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
So she'll do like a sex podcast? Is that what she's going for?
What's next? OnlyFans? We need Mama.
Yeah,
like seriously.
Because you're not going to wind up back at CNN doing this.
No.
So like, what's the goal? What's the long-term end play for Brooke Baldwin right now?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's a casual sex podcast.
Yeah,
I don't want to be that guy, but you see how much money these people are making on OnlyFans? Like,
no, look.
No, Dan.
I'm on OnlyFans.
No, Dan. How much money are they making?
How much money? It's like millions of dollars, though.
Really?
Yeah. You see like reports of it, and
like I would show my feet on OnlyFans because, like, we all know there's some people have like a foot fetish, or not that we know anybody personally. Wink, wink. But like, I would show my feet for like $1 million.
Sophie Rain publicly claimed $43 million in a single stretch. She's made over $100 million total. Bella Thorne, she's a big celebrity, but she made $1 million in her first 24 hours.
But what are they doing?
Well, Bella Thorne, I don't think was getting naked. That's the thing. So, like, I'm sure there are some horny CNN, viewers out there that remember Brooke Baldwin. They're like, I'll pay to see her. Yeah.
So if she did,
and then I think there's a way where you can do chats with them and communicate with them and all the other stuff. So people that want to just stay in the online virtual world can live with Brooke Baldwin.
You be you.
Sounds like hell to me.
Yeah.
I'd rather get the lettuce virus, but or the lettuce virus.
The lettuce virus.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody's gotten Clay Travis's take on that. I would love to hear now. I don't know if he even.
Yeah. What did he say?
Do you have that clip? It was from Greg's cut sheet where but I think it was 8 years ago when so they were interviewing Clay Travis about whatever back in the day, just talking about, different people, the First Amendment, whatever. And so he just made, something that like Rich Zeoli would do, or an experienced talk radio host would do, that you would say, you would act as a provocateur, right? That you would say something. Right. And that's the thing that I guess in TV news, people are just learning to do that. But in that case, he was just trolling. It was funny and it was good. And it was sort of, spicy, I would say. His spicy.
I believe in only two things completely: the First Amendment and boobs. Boobs.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly as a woman anchoring the show. Did you say, what did you say? BWOBS?
I just want to say that again. Boobs. Two things that have only never let me down in this entire country's history: the First Amendment and boobs.
BOOZE?
As in boobs. Boobs.
Or BOOBS?
Yeah. I just want to say that again. Boobs and the First Amendment, which is...
So that's the thing you now learn, like she was so indignant and proper and whatever, and he doesn't back down. He's, Clay, and he's, just funny and edgy. And here all these years later, now she confesses that she was like newly divorced, I guess, and hooking up with all these guys and having all kinds of spicy relations with men and doing all kinds of nasty, nasty things. And so that was an act. That was, and by the way, as you know now, because you're like a TV star on the biggest network ever.
I'm not.
He is. And that's why Dana knows talent.
I'm not.
And that's why Dana is like that guy, right? And that's why Dana Perino is like, love her. And so, but now that anybody who's not authentic just goes by the wayside. And that is why, even though she's a beautiful woman, obviously still she looks fit and fabulous, but the camera does not lie. That's why they love Rich Zeoli. Anytime he's on, we are like, there's Richie. We knew him when. Because Rich Zeoli, what you see is what you get. He's authentic, right? You're authentic. But she was a phony, right? Because she was a hua trying to show her low cut, right? But
yeah, I think when Clay said that, she deep down inside, she wanted to give him her phone number.
Yeah.
She was probably like, hey, send me a text, big guy. I'll show you some boobs. We'll protect free speech and I'll give you boobs. But she was trying to be the prim and proper CNN
doesn't work
anchor person, Because that's the other thing too. She says as a woman
on the show.
As if he was being derogatory.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly as a woman anchoring the show. Did you say, what did you say? You believe in the First Amendment and BWOBS?
Boobs. Two things that have only never let me down in this entire country's history: the First Amendment and boobs. Yeah. So those are the only two things I believe in absolutely in the country. And so I don't think Jemele Hill should be fired, but I do think straight up that once you make the decision that you were going to let Kurt Schilling.
So yeah, it was Kurt Schilling, because remember, and you covered this back in the day. That's right. I forgot from this morning because I'm distracted. But it was when Kurt Schilling, so it was a double standard. They were saying, boom, they cancel cultured him and not Jemele Hill. That was what that was. But in that moment, think about, he doubles down, right? Because he's authentic, like the great Rich Zeoli, right? So he's authentic.
And I think that launched him in a big way too. I get that really that was a defining moment, because there was all the blowback, and we didn't even have social media back then, really. It was kind of a thing, but not like it is today. So yeah, I mean, he was able to do that at the right time. Now he and Buck are hosting the old Rush Limbaugh show. Yeah. So
and have like their own coffee.
It was like a smart move for him to do that. But you got to think about it. She's working at CNN, the stuffy network. They probably, if she had had fun with that in that moment, it probably wouldn't have gone over well for her. She probably wanted to. She probably wanted to show her boobs to Clay Travis at that moment. I mean, based on everything she's saying now, but the network wouldn't go for that. So,
yeah, it's so true. But I think it's about, in that moment, you look at who survived. So Clay being authentic, right? It just boom. You're right. It launched him. For her, because of her inauthenticity. So I think that's a great example there. Can we just go to that? Can we go to James Carville really quick? This is James Carville. I just wanted to ask your take on this clip, Rich Zeoli. As by the way, once you see Zeoli coffee, because Buck and Clay have their own coffee, it's called Crockett Coffee. It's really good, and so I'm predicting like Zeoli coffee when he gets like his own like brand of roasted coffee. Then you know you've really arrived.
We've arrived. Yeah, it'll be a dark
coffee.
Italian roast.
Ooh.
It'll be a dark Italian roast. It's a slow aroma. It'll be nice.
Best.
It'll make you feel. You'll want to hold it, hug it, love it, drink it, sip
Zeoli
it,
coffee.
savor it. Yeah.
I'll be doing like
Italian roast.
I'll be doing like a Zeoli coffee read someday.
I would love to hear that. Can you imagine?
Zeoli coffee. The only coffee I'd ever imbibe. Here is James Carville talking about. Go ahead.
Oh, no, if we're not better off, said, okay, we'll take that alternative ID. Bring your gas bill or your light bill.
He's singing from a
because
coffin.
for whatever reason, polls at 75%.
Like they put the guy in the coffin.
It doesn't make, but I don't think people are aware of it. I think people assume.
When does that part of the brain shut down?
If you want to say
I just think you should put the lid over him.
A word that would be even narrower than that.
It's like the Crypt Keeper.
I would say that. And I don't like when we say, well, look, it's a very minor problem, but you got it. It barely exists.
Negative
It's
pronouncements.
just, it doesn't make any sense. Having said that, we are not going to win the war against some kind of idea.
Not gonna lie, I'm dead.
It doesn't make any
I'm dead for
sense.
72 hours,
It doesn't fix anything. But maybe you just go along with it and move to the next.
Well, James, let me disagree. We have voter ID in most states. Most states have voter ID. What they're trying to do with this so-called SAVE Act is require what they say is proof of citizenship, which is either a birth certificate, which I don't know, 25. People have a hard. I went a couple years ago. I was going to take a trip overseas, and about 10 days ahead of time.
On YouTube, just imagine when you went to Home Depot and you bought a skeleton for Halloween, and that skeleton is giving political analysis from a coffin.
Yes.
All right, then you'll know what we're talking about.
So funny.
You can picture it in your mind. Can I get the Raging Cajun coffin, please?
Oh.
Can I get the Raging Cajun skeleton? Put glasses on him and a hat. Listen to him give political analysis for a half hour.
You are so funny and so quick. That was hysterical. That you made my day, my friend Rich Zeoli. My whole thing about why this guy, what did you call him? It's the Afterlife podcast. In all seriousness, I just think that now he figures that because your governor, Mikey Sherrill, that she...
Don't remind me.
I know, she's your gov. That she screwed up here. And I think that now that she gave the entree, if you will, the Republicans, DOJ, they now have probable cause to go into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, God knows where, because there is a there. There's tangible evidence. And I think we're going to see Democrats, going for the Save America Act so that they just put the kibosh on investigating and purging these voter rolls, Rich.
Wow.
I think she's...
That's interesting.
Like, do you know what I'm saying? Because remember how you used to say the vampire has to be invited in the house, right?
Yeah.
And so she invited she invited everybody in to find because of the there. Yeah. Because
it's a great point. I mean, you get out there, but they can't. The reason why they can't, because they do want illegals to vote. They really do, and they need it. So maybe some Democrats will, but they're all in on this. They believe that they should have the right to vote. They believe that they will vote Democrat.
Oh yeah,
and they're probably not wrong. So they cheat. Jersey. I mean, I've told you this before. Brendan Byrne was governor. He was a Democrat, but he was really in his post governor life And he's dead, but still not as dead as James Carville dead. But he's been dead for a number of years now. But he used to go around the state and give speeches. And he would come to Republican functions and give speeches. And he'd always make jokes about, when I die, I want to be buried in Camden County so I can remain active in politics. So you had a Democrat former governor joking about dead people voting. That, you know what I'm saying? Think about that. And I remember some of my earliest days in Jersey politics when they were handing out cigarettes and street money to people. There's a long history of cheating in New Jersey by Democrats, just like Louisiana, the two most corrupt states in the country when it comes to political elections. So I'm not at all surprised by this. I just think the number is going to be a lot higher than 6,600. I think that it's probably a lot closer to what the Fed said, 35,000. Wow. Let's also not forget Governor Phil Murphy, his royal ruggedness, King Philip the Unaccountable, so we said that could get.
Oh no, did we lose Richie a little bit?
Automatic.
Sorry, you broke up.
Still here?
Yep, we got you. Sorry, you broke up just a teeny bit. So this evening is the White House.
I was just saying that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we got to bail. I'm sorry, Rich. We love you, Rich Scioli. You're looking fabulous in your lavender is Fox News. So it's Rich Scioli behind the scenes as he's being driven. I don't know. I was going to ask Rich if he's going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. President Trump will be in attendance. Who knows if Rich will be there or not? He may very well be there, but the rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner takes place this evening. President Trump obviously is slated to deliver those remarks. It's a downsized event after, obviously, remember, there was that horrifying situation last April where there was actually an assassination attempt on the president, horrifying. And I also had suggested and hoped that Jimmy Fallon would host. So I don't know if he's helping MC it tonight. Will Scioli be in attendance? Now it's a big mystery. We do have Mark O'Connor, our friend from Families Behind the Badge. He'll be ahead. Some surprises and last minute updates on Sunday's big after party. We got that going on. And I do want to update you around the corner. Dan has much more, but we want to update you on all the breaking news. You're not missing a thing. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. It is Friday. We're going to be right back. And we got to talk about my friends from Piazza, Piazza, because, during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home Celebration event, you discover exceptional offers, remarkable selection, new vehicles, including the GLC, and what about the GLE SUVs? Just visit your authorized dealer, Piazza, in Westchester, Wilmington, or where we will be in Atlantic City, New Jersey on Sunday, so you'll experience the luxury, innovation, performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home Celebration event happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, Piazza, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The pleasant air mass remains in place across the region through the entire weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature a few degrees below average at 85 with low humidity. For tonight, becoming partly to mostly cloudy, low 65 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and another comfortable day on Saturday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 85.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year?
Right now?
Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit mcculloughsautorepair.com.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Grow Upgrade has supported 10 million kids and counting by helping them discover a love for learning through high-quality early education opportunities. Being curious is in a kid's DNA, and supporting them is in PNC's. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, and now plumbing too. Veteran-founded supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. So far, summer has been so hot, even though this weekend, beautiful weekend ahead, beautiful day today, 75 degrees, sunny right now. But think about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to install a new train system, TRANE, at a fair price. It's hard to stop a train. Go to my guys, marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Walton Blackwood. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tell me about.
Yeah. My husband, Jonathan, was a deputy chief at Wissahickon Fire Company in Ambler, Pennsylvania, where we reside. He was diagnosed with cancer in November of 2024, and he unfortunately passed away in October of 2025 after a courageous battle. So that's how we became involved in with Families Behind the Badge. And so So we have 2 young boys, Tucker and Dawson. Hi, Tucker and Dawson.
How old are they?
Tucker is 3.5 and Dawson is 5.
Oh, this is tough.
So it is. It's hard. It's hard.
He's so young.
Yes, Jonathan was 35 when he passed, and my boys were 3 and 1 when Jonathan got sick, and they were and are continue. They continue to be his biggest fans. So
we can't even imagine because this is so fresh.
It is.
Just in October, and you.
It is.
I cannot imagine what it's like to be in this situation, and then you've leapt into this fundraising. You're the #1 fundraiser for this event.
How much have you raised?
We're just shy of 21,000.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. So hoping to raise more by the time the race rolls around on Sunday. So if anyone's feeling generous this morning, please feel free to donate. But yeah, I'm really excited to ride on Sunday. It's really important for me to give back to the communities, that gave so much to us. And that was something Jonathan was passionate about. He was a volunteer firefighter. He wasn't doing this, for the glory or for the pay. He did this because he loves his community and he wanted to serve it.
And so that's Danielle Deck being interviewed by my alma mater, Fox 29, and there's Mike Jarek, actually Karen Hepp doing a fantastic job and talking about, of course, something that's near and dear to our heart, a 501c3 nonprofit, if you will. But what inspirational words, I should say, that Danielle is talking about, because she herself is a survivor, if you will, but wants to give back, wants to pay it forward, wants to ride. And so this is why today we want to ask you, please, would you consider a donation? Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, which is still going toward this goal of $1.5 million. We've not met the goal, and it's why I'm riding, why so many of us here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT are riding. But whether you're riding or whether you're volunteering, my friend Teresa was just telling me she's excited to be a volunteer at the Showboat. Her husband George is riding and so proud. He just raised over $1,000. So we'll be at the Showboat Hotel, 801 Boardwalk, Atlantic City. And you park for $5. Ben Shore 5 is the code for that $5 parking. So after the ride, it doesn't end at the finish line there. The celebration just getting started. We hope to see you Sunday after 1 o'clock ish. If you would show up, please, and support us, volunteering, cheering, whatever that looks like. And we want to bring in and welcome in live my friend, Executive Director of the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. This is Mark O'Connor. You and your beautiful wife, Susan, who does the accounting. You do everything else. You guys have a shoestring budget, Mark. I know that because you want every single penny, every drop to go to these Families Behind the Badge. Mark, I know the excitement's building before Sunday's big ride.
Hey, Dawn, thanks for having me on. And the excitement really is building. It's like when I was a kid getting ready for Christmas morning, that's how we feel about what Sunday's going to be. And you're right. We have 3.5 employees. If you count Susan, my wife, who's part-time, we have 3.5 people that we wear a bunch of hats. We run this ride. We also do all the programming and get the grants out, and we love it. We don't feel like it's a job. We feel very blessed that we get to represent everybody who supports the first responder community, particularly the folks that listen to WPHT 1210. They've been incredibly generous. Can't thank them enough. 48 riders this year, more than double last year, and almost double the dollars. We're just under $40,000. So it'd be great to get there. Go to Ben Too Shore, Ben the number 2, bentooshore.org, and donate to Dawn, who is riding.
Woohoo!
And I can't wait to see you across that finish line.
I can't wait either. John, Road Warrior, we call him. He's by the way, retired, law enforcement, but has his bike shop and has his teenage son is riding too. But Mark, so my sons, Michael and David, they're riding as well. So you can, Michael Menti, David Menti. I'm under Dawn Menti, under my married name, but any one of us will take it because we just really want to we want it to be the best year ever. Right, Mark? I mean, that's just it, that there's tragedy here, but there is this inspiration. I get chill bumps when I hear some of these interviews and the strength, the titanium level of some of these young widows, some of them riding for the first time. Now their kids are old enough to ride. And I know that's what inspires you and Jack Costello, Mackenzie Reichert, your wife Susan, so many who've been backing the badge for all these years. I know that for you, every year it's fresh.
Yes, and the strength that we see in these survivors, it's just extraordinary what they've been through, and then how quickly they respond, and almost to a person, they all pay it forward. And the need continues, the need grows. Last year, Dawn, we gave out 10 immediacy grants in the whole year. And an immediacy grant is where we try to get to a family that has suffered a tragic loss within a few days of the tragedy, with financial support for whatever they need, right? Funeral arrangements, whatever it could be. We did 10 last year. We're already at 13. We just sent a check for the 14th to a trooper, a Pennsylvania State Trooper, Nicole McGeehan, whose husband was a police officer out near Carlisle, and he passed away tragically. Was not on duty, but he passed away suddenly. They have 5 young kids, so we were there, and we couldn't get to her personally to hand her the check because of the ride, but we're going to meet her in a few weeks and talk to her. And on Sunday, Dawn, we're going to give an immediacy grant to the family of a Bayonne, New Jersey firefighter who died. His wife and 2 daughters are coming, and some of the folks that he worked with are riding down and going to be a part of the ride. So we'll be at 15 immediacy grants before the end of July this year. So the need grows. That's where the money goes. If you donate to us, we squeeze every nickel. We make sure every penny counts. And we want you to know what we're doing with that money. So we're taking care of these families.
Yeah, and I believe, I'm pretty sure, as just to go back on something you just said, that I think you were referring maybe to Pennsylvania State Police Trooper and veteran Michael Pahira Jr. and his widow. She's right. Is that Nicole? Is that his widow?
No,
it's not.
This is different. This is a different.
Oh my
one.
God, there are too many.
Yeah. It's crazy, and they just keep coming. And
oh my God,
it's interesting. When we started, we would only give it if it was line of duty.
Okay.
But what we've learned is there's often a pretty good support network when it's a line of duty death, and we certainly give, right? We give the same amounts, but the real need is when it's not line of duty. And just like the Danielle Deck, who is our top fundraiser. Her husband was, for more than 2 decades, was a volunteer firefighter.
That's Jonathan.
He was going to be the next chief, a volunteer. And when they pass, there's virtually no support. And it's not the fault of the station. I mean, it's just dollars and cents, right? It's budgets. But these people, they give, and all they do, they give and give. And that's why we want to be there when they need us.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Nicole McGeehan is the widow of Officer Michael. I knew it was a Michael McGeehan. That's Middlesex Township Police Department. Is that
That's
the one?
correct.
So I apologize on that one. I have my Michaels. I knew there was a Michael somewhere in there, but that was just on July 11th, Middlesex Township Police Department. And so she's the one. I mean, five children, and that's just it. A lot of these couples, because their husband is, a lot of the time, you have a widow and you have somebody with little kids. And so even though, like you're saying, maybe Mark, they do have something because they have, whatever's, coming to them, but it could never cover for replacing for dad, right? Because now you're the single parent suddenly, and you're coping with such a tragedy.
2 of Nicole's kids are six-year-old twins. What is she going to do? How is she going to deal with this, right? So we got the money to her. We got to her very quickly, which we try to do all the time. And that's why we do what we do, right, Dawn? That's why we ride.
Yeah, and I also want to say this, that when we all are there at the showboat, and we've got, hopefully Greg Stocker will be queued up in the dunk tank, and he's asking for donations. Nick Cale has volunteered. So he's volunteered to go in the dunk tank for some big donations if we want to continue on with that. So we'll have a lot of fun. But there's such a sense of community. And because I don't want you to think that we get there and it's like a funeral. Are you kidding me? The widows and families don't want it to be like that. They want their loved ones to be remembered, commemorated, and like that. But there's this sense of just joy and community. And that's what I love too about it. Mark, my 22-year-old son, Michael, he loves reading the emails because we're all in a group email now that we're riding together. And just the sense that there's a community here and we're riding together and you could, meet new people. It's a great way if you want to meet some new people in all seriousness.
When the riders walk into the party area, they'll pass the wall of heroes. And so their loved ones, or if they've lost someone, is up there, or maybe it's someone they worked with, right? So we hear time and again, Dawn, from these survivors, and it is a community now, and we're thrilled to be a part of it. They just want their loved one to be remembered. That's the most important thing to them. So we can do that. We can help with that, right? We can do that with the Wall of Heroes at this event. A few weeks ago, we took over 70 surviving family members bowling. We did. Yeah, isn't that great? It was Garnet Hathaway from the Flyers. Unfortunately, he just got traded to Florida Panthers. But what a wonderful man. He and his wife have a nonprofit, Hath's Heroes, and they love that we get the families together so the families can spend. No one understands what they're going through except someone else who's gone through it, right? So we get them together, we get out of the way. And he loved that. And we said, well, let's come up with some ideas. He said, I want to go bowling. Wow, okay, we'll go bowling, right? Took them bowling. They just had a blast. They just had such a great time, just spending time together. So, it's all about this community. It's about keeping them remembered. And they appreciate that a great deal.
Yeah, right now is there anything else that you wanted us to know about Sunday, or because it's new this year to have the $5 parking, which is awesome that they've, the Showboat and you guys have worked that one out. Anything else people should know?
Isn't that great, by the way?
It's awesome.
All the parking lots would raise their rates when it's furious. Yeah. If you want to just come to the party, if you want to come down and see Greg get dunked or Nick get dunked, right? It's a lot of fun. It's catered by Wawa. The beer's flowing, the music's going. Joe Conklin's going to be our MC, right? We have some live auctions.
So fun.
We have a big raffle, and we ask you to give a $25 donation at the door, and then you can eat as many Wawa shorties as you like, and you can drink as many beers as you like, and you can knock Nick into that water.
Hey,
the water's clean this year, Dawn.
Oh,
the water's
yeah.
clean. Not like when Rich Pioli went in.
Hey, do you have any for the auction? Do you know, are there may be some Sixers items? I'm not sure, but the Sixers stock just went up reportedly. LeBron James signing with the Philadelphia Sixers. Breaking news right now. 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Wow. That's being reported.
Smokes.
So I think the Sixers stock just went up. If you've got any, any good, because I know sometimes you have donations, right, of some really cool memorabilia. So that might be kind of nice.
I'm going to go look. I hope so. That would be great.
Your reaction, you're a local sports fan. Your reaction to that one, wow.
Well, my boys are going to be over the moon for that. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to watch, huh? Geez, that's great news.
Who would have thunk it?
Maybe he'll come to the party, Dawn. Wow.
Yeah, LeBron James, you just signed an $8 million contract. Please support our widows and children of those first responders. On this, by the way, it's 24/7 day. So local convenience stores, right, for those who never can clock out and work for us, our first responders. What an incredible day for Philadelphia. And that would be amazing if LeBron did. We'd love if LeBron did. Also, Bill Gates. Mr. Gates, if you're listening, because I know he's got that huge, I'm just putting it out there. I'm going to start, you know what? I'm going there. I'm going to start pressuring all these different individuals because Bill Gates has this huge place where the old Sunoco refinery if you drive on the way to the airport, by 95, that's Bill Gates' new place.
Money, Billy?
Come on, Bill. Come on. We need these donations.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want the big bucks, We want to go to 2 million. Forget 1.5 million. We got to go. Mark O'Connor, I'll see you on Sunday morning, bright and early, but you really have earned your wings, my friend. You from your days at the Irish pub here in Philadelphia, and you and your beautiful wife and your family, you just keep on doing this on a shoestring, I might say, with volunteers really doing most of the work. It's incredible what you've done, and God bless you.
Dawn, thank you, to all of PHT, to that morning show. Thank you so much. We really value and love this relationship with you. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Mark. We'll see you on Sunday morning. And the forecast, and it's Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation. Thank you to all of you on the YouTube chat. Sarah Weiss, Dottie, all you guys have been amazing. As you continue, please continue to push. We want to go to 2 million to raise for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. GregStockerSucks.com, Ben, the number 2 Shore, ben2shore.org or fbbcf.org. Please donate. I'm under Dawn Menti, by the way. Let's take you out with my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Right now, the perfect time. Protect your home and save big time through the end of this month, through July 31st. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding offering a whopping 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the reasons I've trusted the Chapman family team for more than a decade. They are a GAF Certified Plus contractor. They can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, and right now is the time to do it because it's offbeat, if you will, you're going to, beat the fall rush, lock in savings, enjoy peace of mind before the change of the seasons. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Do this today. Get it on the calendar. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. This offer ends July 31st. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Wow, look at the selection. So many great pieces.
If it's one-of-a-kind pieces you're looking for, you've come to the right place. We have a huge selection, from high-end brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, or if you're looking for that vintage or antique piece to make a statement, we got that too.
I think I'm going to need a few laps to check everything out.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Happy hunting!
For quality high-end furniture built to last, visit their showroom in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant, it's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Welcome in. It is 12 noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is a Friday. It was a Farash Friday this morning on Kale and Company, and it is now a Farash Friday this afternoon for the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I am filling in for you once again here on the greatest radio station in the nation, as I like to call it. As I adjust my camera, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/1210. Everything's all out of whack. I don't know what's going on. It must have been Russia. It must have been China. Or it must have been the earthquake that we just felt here all the way in Tennessee. That is the epicenter's in Philadelphia. Because apparently the Philadelphia 76ers just signed a Chinese prostitute to decide to play for them. I mean, LeBron James should be on their basketball team. My gosh. Hey, congratulations to you guys in Philly.
Thank
you know,
you.
I
Thank
mean, it's, rumor has it you're booing him already. I mean, so rumor has it you're booing him already.
Well, that's how we welcome him to town.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you can welcome him, right?
Exactly.
That's the only way.
It's a term of endearment.
Well, also congrats.
Right, exactly.
Also, congrats to you. I just got found. Well, a lot of people found out that you're going to be hosting your own show with Dan Bongino's network. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yes.
That's
so
awesome.
that did break this morning. We've been waiting, for that announcement. I will be joining the Silverlock podcast lineup on Rumble, and that'll be Monday through Friday at 1:00 Eastern time. So while you're listening to Dom Giordano, obviously once his show is finished, come check it out. It would be rumble.com/Shawn or anywhere you get your podcast by searching for Shawn Farash, SHAWN FARASH live. That'll be the name of it. So appreciate that. It's been a very busy morning here. Whether it was couple hours on Kale and Company, then an hour on my show on rumble.com/LFA TV at 10 o'clock Eastern. And then obviously back here again for the Dom Show, which we have been, listen, it's been very busy the last couple of days on the Dom Show. So we are ready to rock and roll. There's a couple of, aside from the LeBron, because I mean, I wish we could just do I'll do a whole sports show if I have to, but I feel like there is
Hen
a
will
station
do it
that does that
without question.
No question.
He's
I'm over the moon right now.
You guys are happy. Okay, so you guys are happy. You guys are
Thrilled.
happy about it.
This doesn't happen to Philadelphia sports teams. The big name does not come here, and finally, the king of basketball is coming to Philadelphia. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
You're really living it up here.
Oh, yeah.
He was. I saw him outside our studios.
The king of basketball plays for the Knicks.
When he saw me outside our studios in our parking garage, he was like, "Kirk, LeBron James." It's like the streets out in Center City are going nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Henry said to me. They're going crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm happy for the Philly sports fans out there. I'll tell you, and I'm not usually happy for Philly sports fans, but it's basketball, so I don't care that much. It's just I used to be a Knicks fan. You take exactly. If I'm not crapping on you actively, which I already did, I said he was a Chinese prostitute. I played the boo clip, right? So I already did that. Take what you can get, right? You take what you can get. But no, I'm happy for you guys. I used to be a Knicks fan when I watched basketball, but of course I stopped watching when I moved to Tennessee. I just didn't feel like doing it and then paying to follow the Knicks. And then of course they won a championship as soon as I stopped. So maybe if I boycott the Jets for a year, maybe I have the power.
That's a tall ask.
That's asking a lot, isn't it? Right? It's asking a lot, isn't it? You guys believe in the moon landing or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I like to think it's real.
Okay. So you realize the only reason NASA gained the confidence to attempt to land on the moon was because in January of 1969, the New York Jets won the Super Bowl, right? The guarantee, name it. And they looked at that and they said, that ain't ever going to happen again. If the Jets could wind up winning the Super Bowl, we could go to the moon. That was it.
Well, the moon's not made out of green cheese, though. So there's that.
No, well, if it was, Chris Christie would have eaten it already. Right. So
we definitely have gone back. Right. Start a new NASA in New Jersey.
Right.
Or Stacey Abrams, as I like to. Now you know what? We're not going to say what I like to call her. It's not
no.
We'll say the Beast of the Southeast, and we'll leave it at that.
There you go.
Because there's another celestial term that probably wouldn't be very good to use right now. We'll just leave it at that. And by that, I mean gas giant. Let's get your minds out of the gutters, okay? Anyway, a lot of news, a lot to get to. 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in. If anything's on your mind, I don't care what it is. We'll try and keep the LeBron commentary to the sports channel or the sports station you got out there. What is that, WIP?
Yes, WIP. Yep.
But if you want to call in now and say you're upset with LeBron James coming to Philadelphia because he's a woke bloke, that's fine with me. But we got plenty of stuff to get to today, including the rumors that broke yesterday. And it was Axios that got I guess you can call it the exclusive. Donald Trump told Axios it wasn't a leak, so that's a good thing, that he is potentially preparing a massive, that's his word, massive, nobody does a better job. You look at it, massive, everything's massive, a massive attack on Iran. He is apparently planning it. Now, I don't think Donald Trump is the type to necessarily plan massive attacks in full view of the enemy, so is this a negotiating tactic? Is this like, remember how he would make the threats on power plant and bridge day? We're going to do power plants and we're going to knock out the power plants. We're going to knock out the bridges. We're going to knock out a lot. And then Iran came out and please, let's make a deal. And obviously that went about as well as one could expect because you can't make deals with terrorists. Although I commend Donald Trump for trying. This way nobody can say he didn't even try to make a deal. Because, if he had gone straight to power plants and bridges, they would have said, well, he didn't even give him a chance to make a deal. He's bloodthirsty, yabba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba, right? So you look at this possibility of a massive attack against Iran. Is he going to do it? Is he not going to do it? What is it going to look like? My question to the listening audience, and if you're watching on YouTube, the viewing audience, youtube.com/1210WPHT, where do you draw the line where you would be unhappy with the quote unquote attack? Because for me, where I stand right now, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't believe they can be trusted with a nuclear weapon. And it's a pretty simple explanation as to why. Look at the leverage they have over the world over in the Strait of Hormuz. Gas prices go up. Everybody's upset about it, rightfully so. And it's because Iran is attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, which is negatively impacting the global price of oil. And yes, while we are energy independent, the oil is still a globally traded commodity. And so that still impacts us here at home. You look at the leverage that they have with no nuke, and it's just games that they're playing in the Strait. Imagine how much worse their demands would be. Imagine how much more chaos there would be in the world. Imagine how much more turmoil there would be, not just in that region, but for the entire planet if Iran had a nuclear weapon. Because it's not a bluff, right? You look at, people go, well, what's the difference between Iran having a nuke and like Kim Jong-un having a nuke? Because Kim Jong-un is a wild man, right? We call him Little Rocket Man. He's a stupid person. Sometimes he's a very nice person sometimes. But he's not a religious fanatic that is on some sort of jihad, right? On some sort of crusade. Kim Jong-un does not live by a book that calls to slay the infidels wherever you find them. The leadership in Iran does live by that type of book, does live by that type of command. And to put a weapon of, I don't like to use the weapon of mass destruction, a weapon of devastating capabilities in their hands, you can't just assume that they're bluffing. Iran does not play by the rules of mutually assured destruction. And the Soviets were pointing missiles at us during the Cold War, and we were pointing missiles at them. The one thing holding everything back was mutually assured destruction. If one launches, the other launches, then we're in a world of pain. Iran doesn't care about that. They're not bound by that idea. They're not bound by that concept. That's why they can't have a nuclear weapon. They are unlike every other nation in the world that possesses nukes. All those other nations don't, they fear mutually assured destruction. Iran doesn't. That's the problem. So first and foremost, I want to see Iran denuclearized. Absolutely. I want to see Iran denuclearized. I want to see the regime ousted. I would like the Islamic Republic and the regime that's been in charge since 1979 in Iran gone. But how do we want to make that come about? That's the question. What are you okay with? Because I would like to do everything in our power outside of a ground invasion. Take the politics out of it, and politically, I don't think the United States, the American people, I don't think the American people have an appetite for a ground invasion. They don't even have an appetite for what's going on in Iran right now. But I do not want to see a ground invasion. Well, what if the regime stays in power? Then the regime stays in power. We could denuclearize them. We can find another way. I don't want to see boots on the ground in Iran. Number one, because once you go in, it is look at how hard it is to get out. Now we don't even have boots on the ground. Once you go in, it is very hard to go out, and there's going to be a lot of loss of life if that happens. Iran's not a small country. It's bigger than the state of Texas. And there's mountains and all sorts of caverns and caves, and I don't think it would. Not that our military is not capable. It's absolutely capable. It would just be, there'd be a lot of loss of American lives. Nobody wants to see that. I don't want to see that. Number two, Iran, about a week ago, asked for it. So fight us on the ground here. Well, I am not going to meet the enemy on their terms. Maybe they were just posturing and putting forth this, we're not afraid of you and not backing down. But I don't want to give them what they want. Okay? So What are you okay with in the audience? What are you okay with in terms of what this massive attack may look like? Right? What are you okay with? Because I'm okay with a lot. I am not at the point of being okay with a ground invasion or boots on the ground, you know, an Iraq type of operation, Afghanistan type of operation. So there is that. We'll kind of wade into those stories just a little bit. Trump may order a massive attack on Iran, bigger than ever before, is what he says. Bigger than Operation Epic Fury, and they may enlist the help of Israel again. So we'll see what happens there. Jack Smith has been hit with a criminal referral. Again, where's that going to go? I don't know. Is he going to jail? Are we going to see perp walks? Are we going to see handcuffs? Is this going to be one of those? Probably not. Okay. But the case can be made, and Jim Jordan is making the case that Jack Smith lied to Congress. All right. It's an accusation. Can it be proven? Can it be proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Is the Department of Justice going to move on it? We'll see. It certainly looks like Jack Smith lied to Congress. His testimony that, he didn't access lawmakers' phone records, and then all of a sudden we found out that he did access lawmakers' phone records. That's not the type of thing you can say, well, I didn't know about that. No, he knew. So, I say pursue it. Pursue it and see where it gets you. See what you can get from it. Jack Smith deserves to be put through the same process that he put many others through. You may think it's a revenge tour. I think it's an accountability tour. The way his office conducted itself during the Biden years going after Trump and Trump's allies was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Aloha Snack Bar. We had that again. Aloha Snack Bar in New York City. A stabbing. The media. They don't know the motive. What do you mean you don't know the motive? What do you mean you don't know the motive? The guy yelled the motive in Arabic. Allahu Akbar. What do you think that means? Hugs and kisses? We're unclear of what motivated this guy. I'm pretty sure when you yell that after you stab somebody, we're pretty clear on what the motive is. Or what the motive could be, at the very least. Another story involving third world migrants in our country out of Utah. Sick story. I don't like talking about stories like this, but we got to do it because it adds to the case regarding immigration reform, amnesty, and all that. So we're going to get to a bunch of that and more. We've got a few cuts that we can react to as well. There's some embarrassing, just absolutely embarrassing. These leftists, they just embarrass themselves. They have a fascination lately with singing, and so we have that as well. Bunch of clips and things that we could play for you throughout these next 3 hours here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, we are going to take a quick break. We've already got one of your favorite callers waiting on the line. This ought to be fun once we jump in. And, I love when we get calls like this because it fires everyone else up, and then we get more people to come in and call in. So 855-839-1210. If you'd like to chime in, we're taking you all the way to 3 o'clock where we hand it off for the WPHT afternoon show. Shawn Farash filling in for the great Dom Giordano on this Friday, the 24th of July. We will be right back on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and they're I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I've always wanted to learn French.
but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
It's time to harvest more from your savings this summer. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rate special won't last forever. Explore all your saving options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts, or visit a branch near you. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is 12:21. They're playing basketball. There, aren't they? They're playing basketball, huh? Well, LeBron James is a soccer player. You know, you watch the way he conducts himself on the court with the flopping and all that.
I'll take it. I don't care.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's
you
right.
can say anything you want today, Shawn. I don't care. We got LeBron James.
I just heard all of Philly groan because they all made fun of his flops, and now every time he flops now, they're like, "Yo, you're mugging our best dude, man!" Like,
exactly.
"Yo, it's a foul." Y'all are gonna be big time flop supporters soon. Yeah.
#1 flop supporter. I'm a big foam finger that painted across it. #1 flop fan. Me.
#1 flopper. That's it. That's it. All right. Yes, LeBron James is headed to the Philadelphia 76ers. That's good. I guess. You know, I don't know if he's about 65 years old, but he can still play. That's good. You know, he's pushing that AARP. He'll be there close. He wears the wish on his jersey, right? Making sure that he's shilling for all that Chinese cash. It's fine. You know, what are the yen is that they have in China? Or is that Japanese? I don't know.
I don't know.
No, I'm happy for you guys. So the Knicks next year will beat the Sixers in 5 instead of 4 in the playoffs.
Yeah, hopefully
That's
maybe
fine.
it's the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. What is it now? He's played for a bunch of teams, LeBron. Now, right?
Yeah,
He's
so this
got
would be
Cleveland,
his
Miami, Cleveland
LA
again.
Yeah, so this is
the
14.
Lakers, and now the Sixers. Yeah, all right. Well, have fun. You know, you guys will have. I'm sure you'll have a blast. I don't know how long it's going to be. He has one bad game, it's going to be a problem. LeBron's never been, too excited to play in the Northeast. Philly's a tough market in sports. It's like New York. Anyway, speaking of tough markets, I hate to put you guys through this again, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, on the YouTube chat everywhere. I'm going to play this. Okay, buckle up, because we are going to go to the phones. All right, we're going to go to the phones. Buckle up. The captain has placed the fasten seatbelt sign. You know who it is. It is our good friend Martin in Abingdon. What's up, Martin?
Hey, how you doing? You were asking what we're going to do in Iran.
Yes.
At this point, I agree with you that the only way out of where we are is that there's a change of leadership in Iran. How to arrive at that is going to be the question. And I disagree with you deeply that North Korea is not as crazy as Iran. I think they're
not religious
Iran,
fanatics, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but most of the people in Iran actually are for better relations with the United States, where in Iran...
Right, but I'm talking straight up. I'm talking
leadership.
leadership, though. Like, Kim Jong-un's not a religious fanatic.
They're both that bleak crazy. But we do have to remember, and I told your screener, we do have to remember that when I went to the rallies, Trump and everything, he yelled and yelled about how dumb the Democrats were and how they would have us in a war in a year with Iran. But he was smart. He's not dumb like them. I'm quoting him. And he said, I'm not dumb like them. I'll have I'll get the deal. We got to remember that the promise was no Middle East entanglements. And I mean, this is going to hurt us in November. In November, people don't forget these things. So what do we do now? Now we've got to find a way, and I'm sorry, I don't even know how to achieve this, of collapsing.
It's very complex. No, I don't know how to achieve either. It's very complex. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how to do that. What, we bomb all their bridges, and okay, now the population does hate us. We hit more schools and triple tap them, and what? I don't know the answer, and that's the problem. Like, they're reporting the president had a meltdown today. He's furious. He's in.
Who's
they
they?
say?
Who's reporting that? Who's
AP,
reporting that the president had a meltdown?
AP is saying that there was that he was very angry, very angry.
AP is always kind. AP is always kind and accurate when reporting about Trump, right? They've never gotten a story wrong about that.
Yeah, but you would agree with me. I'm sure he is angry. I'm absolutely sure.
I'm sure he's angry, but there's a difference between being angry and having a meltdown. You can be angry and then you can characterize. I could be angry in traffic, or I could be screaming and yelling out the window. There's two different things, right? I mean, I'd be frustrated if I was Trump.
And I don't think he'd lie about how angry he is. He hasn't. He calls them every lunatics and wackos and everything. And maybe they are. They are. We know that, the leaders. But the question still remains: are we going to keep spending? $1 trillion? What are we going to spend? And what is the goal? What is the goal? We both know what we want. You know, I know. But how are we going to achieve it?
Yeah, well, that's the question, right? That's the biggest question. And what would we support? What would the American people support? I don't want to see a ground invasion. I don't want to see one. And because I don't want to. Right, a lot of lives. You're spending a lot of time there, and I don't want to see a ground invasion. I would like to see, at the very least, the denuclearized Iran, and I would like to see the regime changed. But how do we achieve those goals? These are the questions that I'm not paid to answer, right? I mean, thankfully, I'm not in. I don't know. Like you said, neither are you. I said, but these are the questions that should be asked and discussed, right? And so,
do you think, I have one question.
We got to figure it out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one question. Do you think, and this is honest, because do you think Tulsi Gabbard when she said what she said, that they were nowhere near and blah, blah, blah? Do you think she was lying?
I don't think she was lying. I think she was probably just going off of what she had available. I don't think she was lying, but I do think her assessment was incorrect. Why else would you enrich? Because they had enriched uranium up to 60%. And you don't do that for civilian energy production. And when your uranium is enriched up to 60%, they have enriched uranium to 60%, which is far beyond the threshold to produce energy for civilian population. When you enrich to that level, you're trying to create a weapon. That's it. There is no other use for uranium enriched to that. So they were close. And when you're at 60, you are literally weeks away from being able to get to weapons grade, right? So I don't think she was lying, but I do think that either the assessment was incorrect, what she came out with was incorrect based off of the information she had. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe she and the intelligence community in this country kind of amended that and said, yeah, well, these are the circumstances now. She made those comments, I believe, in March of last year, and then June came around, Operation Midnight Hammer.
I haven't seen her amend her what she said. And the other thing is, if she was wrong on the information, that opens up a whole nother can of worms. Because Donald Trump said he had a gut feeling that they were going to attack us. Okay, that's something. But now you're saying her, in her position, she didn't have the information. She wasn't a low-level clerk.
No, she's a DNI, Director of National Intelligence, but our intelligence has made mistakes before. I mean, we've seen it. Okay. We've seen it go the opposite direction, right? In Iraq, they said weapons of mass destruction. Did those exist? No, right? Yeah. Based off of whatever information they were getting. So these are all things, right? This is in flux. We're dealing with a government of people, information gathered by people. There are bound to be imperfections. There's bound to be things that are incorrect. People are going to get things wrong, and it's how you adjust to those things that really makes a difference and determines how things play out. I don't necessarily think that, again, I don't think she was lying. I don't think it was out of malice, but I do think she was wrong. I think Iran was getting close. We know they have enriched uranium to 60%. There's no other reason to get to that point. And you can't trust that they're just going to sit there and say, well, we'll go further and not actually do it. Their own officials in their country had mentioned that they are pursuing a nuke, Iran. There are video clips of these officials talking about it. We can't trust them with a nuclear weapon, period. And
I'm a little different from you. I don't trust Putin. I don't trust the North Korean leader. I don't trust China as far as I can throw them, because they'll be attacking Taiwan before you know it. And what do we do then? I mean, in many ways, we don't have a friend in the world. I just look at it, and I look at these things spiraling. I look at everything spiraling, and we talk about we don't have the right information. Man, we better get the right information.
I agree.
This is yeah. That's all.
No, I don't disagree. Yeah, that's it. Well, a good call. That's a good conversation, Martin. Thank you. We do have to run to a break, but thank you, Martin. Appreciate it. There you go. We didn't even. We'll take the seatbelt sign off now. You're now free to move about the YouTube chat. There you go. All right. That's good. It was good. Listen, no problems. Yeah. I don't. I mean, maybe a little disagree here or there on some minute issues there and some of the intricacies, some of the finer details. But there wasn't even real turbulence on that one. It was like a false alarm from the cockpit. Anyway, I'd love to hear everybody else's input on where we are with this. What would you want to see? What do you not want to see? What do you support? What do you not support? What do you think the path forward is? Any veterans in the audience who want to give their input on our relationship with Iran? Maybe there are. I mean, I've spoken to several veterans who are like, hey, I served in Desert Storm or Vietnam or, over in Iraq and Afghanistan. Some support going in on the ground and say, listen, what they did to our guys and gals, we got to go in there and make things right. And there are so many different viewpoints here. So I'm very excited to see. We've got a couple of you on there, Bill and Charlie, waiting on the line. So when we come back from break, we'll get to you guys. 855-839-1210. What is the plan for Iran? What is the plan? I sound like Ed from Del Rand rhyming. What is the plan for Iran, right? What is the plan for the Iranian attack, if there is going to be one, and this conflict going forward? 855-839-1210. Shawn Farash filling in for Dom Giordano. And we'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this. Don't go anywhere.
When you go on vacation, Does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you thousands this month with up to 15% off MSRP on their enormous selection of over 50 Ram trucks. Prefer to put the top down this summer? They also have over 75 Jeep Wranglers. Deeply discounted. And ready for your next road trip. Don't have a down payment? No problem. TurnersvilleJeep.com works dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days. For qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7. TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The pleasant air mass remains in place across the region through the entire weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature a few degrees below average at 85 with low humidity. For tonight, becoming partly to mostly cloudy, low 65 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and another comfortable day on Saturday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 85.
Hey, Dawn Stensland. This summer, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering 40% off installation plus flexible financing. Family owned since 1979 with the craftsmanship to prove it. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is 12:36. A little bit of sweet emotion. I got along very well with Aerosmith. You know, you look at Steven Tyler. We wrote a beautiful song together about Justin Trudeau called "Dude Looks Like a Lady." Right? Think about it. Oh man, my favorite. Calling. It's funny. I remember Bill Parcells, the old NFL football coach. Was it the Giants, the Patriots, the Jets, the Cowboys? He would do this a couple times. I think the player in question was Terry Glenn, and he would refer to Terry Glenn as she in press conferences when he had made some bad plays during the during the game. She played well because Terry's a girl's name. So I like to do that when I talk about Canadians. Like the Prime Minister Carney, I refer to him as her a lot, just nonchalant. Like, wait, isn't that a guy? I was like, I don't think so. I mean, he looks like a guy, but I don't think so. Justin Trudeau, we called her Queen Justine, and said that Justin Trudeau is the reason why Katy Perry, since they're in a relationship, wrote the song "I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It." It was inspired by her relationship with Justin Trudeau. All right. How about this? How about we get back to the phones? We're talking about the potential attack on Iran Let's start in Montgomery County and go to Bill from Montgomery County. What's going on, Bill? You're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. Hey, Shawn, I got to tell you, I love you, man. I love you. I like your style. So let's get that out there first thing. Yeah. I'm saying this from a perspective. I'm a retired general officer, Army Reserve. I did 36 years. And having had to pass a folded flag to a next of kin for their loved one dying in what turned out to be a stupid war. All right. So I want to set that table right up front. So let's go to Iran. Bombing Iran is not going to do anything at this point. It's like the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, think you're going to get a different result. As far as going in on the ground in any massive way, that's impractical. Now, I think we should have taken Karg Island the first time that Iran made a move on the Persian Gulf, on the Strait of Hormuz, and went in there with a very hefty response. We've only had this war plan in effect for 47 years, that we could pull the trigger on at any time. And I can tell you that war plan never thought we'd have air supremacy like we did at the beginning of this thing.
Right.
So we're not going to be able to do this without American blood being shed, unless you want to play a long game and strangle Iran economically, and then let Iran kind of get a little bit overconfident and start threatening other Western countries that are alienated by Trump, that aren't joining up right now. But bombing, this massive bombing campaign, it's not going to do it. No war's ever been won from the air alone, and it's not going to happen this time either.
What would you say the solution would be?
And I'm sticking to it.
Do you think we should take Karg Island then as a result? I mean, I don't have the right answer or wrong answer. I'm looking for this diverse, plate of answers that I'm sure other callers throughout this show are gonna come to the table with. So, what do you think if you were the commander in chief, what do you think we should do?
Well, we have to go into the Persian Gulf in a big way with the Navy, sweep mines. Allow safe passage, run interference with the Iranians. And are we going to take hits? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's without putting boots on the ground. But it's not going to be bloodless, whether it's on the ground, Army Marines or Navy personnel on ships. The only thing you can do is, like I said, try to wait out the Iranians. And the Taliban was good at this. They would say to the U.S., you have the watch, but we have the time. Iran's got all kind of time on its hands, and we have the midterms, and we have other pressing issues in the United States, domestic politics, and Iran knows that. They know us a lot better than we could ever know them, and they know how to push our buttons, and they're doing a good job. And I'll give you a good case in point that really this convinced me that they have staying power. The soldiers that we just lost in Jordan. They were air defenders. They were air defense missile personnel. So that tells me that either China or Russia or both gave Iran targeting information, and Iran is experimenting with how to take out our air defenses using drones. And it's kind of ironic that a place that gets hit, in an air attack is an air defense installation. So the Iranians know what they're doing. They are playing serious heads-up ball, and we're just coming to grips with that whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's a very complex situation. Thank you for the call, Bill. As you said, unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be an outcome here where American blood is not shed. One thing I will say is, and I understand that, like you mentioned, a war cannot be won from the air alone. The one thing that the Iranians did not want us to do back in April was power plants and bridges. Because once Trump made those threats, they immediately, clamored to make a deal, which many of us were very skeptical of, is this in good faith? And it wasn't, obviously. So is that the target? Right? Is that the target? Is that what the United States needs to go after right now in Iran? Seeing as how the regime told us, please don't do it. Like they freaked out when those threats were made. That might be an indicator of a direction to go in. All right. One more call. Here we go. Let's do Charlie from Philadelphia. What's up, Charlie? You're on
Hi.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, how you doing? It's good to talk to you. Do you remember Jack
Likewise.
Anderson? He was a columnist and reporter back in the 80s. He was real big. He had markets all over.
I don't remember him.
Well,
I don't remember him.
He had a column, and it was in one of the local papers. I think the Daily News at the time. It was in the 80s. And it really surprised me that they even printed it. It said, America eliminates Israel as the middleman in arms deals. And it turned out Israel was selling arms parts to the Iranians, who at the time were holding our people hostage over there. There's 400-some people. And we had all these embargoes and everything against them. And they were making millions of dollars. Well, anyway, I thought it was pretty interesting they even printed this. But if that Oliver North stuff all came down, remember Ollie North and Iran Gate or whatever it was back then? I don't know if you remember it. But, it was a big thing about all these, things going on illegally over there that different big players, arms dealers were doing. And the next time I heard of Jack Anderson was 10, 15 years later. He was doing a Mutual of Omaha segments on platypuses or manatees or something. He wasn't a big syndicated columnist after that, I'll tell you that. But it makes you wonder just what's going on in there. And I keep wondering what happened to all the arms that were in Afghanistan that we left there conveniently. Somebody's making a fortune from that stuff. You know it. They have to be.
The Taliban got a hold of that. I'm sure a bunch of people got a hold of some of it and sold it. There was that guy. Who was that guy in Russia? Victor Bout, right?
Yeah.
The merchant of death, who Biden freed. Wasn't it? Didn't Biden exchange him for Brittany Griner, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah,
right?
there's so much stuff on Biden. You have to have a computer to keep up with it.
That was a guy who, you say arms dealer, right? And so this guy sold fleets of planes out there. So it's a wild world, the black market or market of color. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble, right? But what is the Middle East is a mess, always has been. And Iran is a destabilizing force. And I think it's fair to say that if this regime was not in power, things would be a little easier to handle out there. But there's just so many geopolitical and religious and ideological and theological clashes in that region that it makes it very difficult to handle. I think priority number one for me, 1,000% is Iran can't have a nuke because of the people who would have their hand on the launch button. And that would be first and foremost. So I just don't know. Again, I don't know what the path forward is right now.
How long are they going to keep checking on this? I mean, we've had inspectors over there for 20, 30 years, haven't we? They were inspecting Iran and Iraq.
I don't think the IAEA, or if that's what they're, the International Atomic Energy Association or Administration, I don't think Iran was giving them access anymore. Or they was giving them limited access. So we've got to open that up. There's got to be more transparency there. I mean, ultimately, the best thing would be if we put if there's a better regime that takes hold over there. The problem that we also run the risk of is if this regime leaves and is gone, could something worse take over? If we can imagine that, and I guess that is possible.
That's what happened with the. That's what happened with the Shah. We got rid of the Shah, and the Ayatollahs got in there, and
Yep.
So, all right, have a good afternoon.
Well, Charlie, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. And open invitation to anybody else, 855-839-1210. Bring your ideas to the table. Let's hash this out. Let's create policy together, right? Let's create a game plan together. What do you think is the best path forward? I don't think necessarily there's a wrong answer. There's a bunch of answers. Some I prefer more than others. I would like to keep boots on the ground out of the equation, but of course, my mind is open. You can make your case as to why that must be the way to do it, and rip the Band-Aid off. And maybe there's maybe there's something I'm missing, right? So 855-839-1210. If you'd like to chime in, I love having conversations like this, and would love to keep doing that with you. When we come back, we'll wrap up the conversation on Iran. Hour 2, quick tease for hour 2. And we will be talking about this insane story out of Utah. When you import the third world, you become the third world. More on that when we get to hour 2. We'll wrap up hour 1 when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash with you until 3 o'clock, filling in here on the Dom Giordano Show. We're back after this.
It's that time of year when the Zeoli Army becomes the Zeoli Navy and we storm the beaches of Cape May. Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. We're going to be live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th for a 4-hour show just like the good old days, 3 to 7 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. So come on a Friday in August and enjoy your fellow friends. Make some memories together with me at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, Friday, August 7th. See you there.
Have you looked at your roof lately? Dawn Stensland here. If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues can quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's why I trust Chapman. They're a GAF certified plus contractor, which means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time to beat the fall rush. Lock in your savings. Enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,053.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back in. It is 12:51 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. As we wrap up hour one here, massive attack being weighed on Iran. We will see what that all entails. Here's what the reporting says about the quote-unquote massive attack rumor. This was on Breitbart, but it's citing some reporting from Axios, which, you know, if you think about Axios, you say, oh, Axios, not necessarily the most trustworthy source. But this was Donald Trump actually speaking with Axios that they're reporting on. It wasn't an anonymous source. President Trump said Thursday that he is close to deciding on whether to order a massive attack, quote unquote, on Iran, quote, bigger than ever before, as the United States expands its military campaign against the Islamic Republic, reinforces its force posture across the region, and warns Tehran that further escalation will bring increasingly severe consequences. So it's one thing that Trump is doing here, I think it's very interesting, regarding Iran, is what he was talking about regarding the Strait of Hormuz, and that the damages that are being sustained right here. This is a comment I posted on Truth Social yesterday around 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Please let this statement serve to represent until further notice that from this point forth, any and all damages done to ships, cargo, or anything related thereto will be paid for by Iranian money that the United States has in its possession and controls. These damages may be very substantial, but nevertheless, this is the fair and equitable thing to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Basically telling Iran, if you F around in the strait, you screw around, you mess around, and you damage a bunch of these ships, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay to fix it. So, a little bit, again, economic pain there, but we've tried economic pain with Iran. Nothing has happened, right? Donald Trump told Axios, I'm considering a massive attack bigger than ever before. I'm close to making a decision. We're all set for it. Says it would be bigger and exceed the scale of Operation Epic Fury, the U.S. campaign that began alongside Israel earlier this year. This is coming as the United States entered its second straight week of intensified military operations against Iran following attacks on commercial shipping and continued regional escalation. I'd love to be able to sit here and tell you, well, we never should have got involved in the first place, but I don't think that was an option considering where Iran was with their uranium enrichment. There is no reason for a nation or an entity or whatever to enrich uranium to 60%. That is far beyond the threshold necessary for civilian energy production. You've had Iranian officials in the past couple of years talking about how their goal is a nuclear weapon. You've had, death to America chanted in their parliament. You've had, their slogans out there. First, we get the Saturday people, then we get the Sunday people. By the way, this nation is a Judeo-Christian nation. We're founded on Judeo-Christian principles. The Sunday people, that's us, by the way. The Saturday people would be Israel and the Jews as a whole, but Israel as a nation. I mean, this is a regime that you can't trust. And because you can't trust them, you can't assume that they're just bluffing. That's why they can't have a nuke. That should be priority number one. And I would say if we could achieve that objective, if I was President Trump, that's when I would stop. You've got them denuclearized, and that's it. I just don't think that can happen, or I have my doubts regarding whether or not that can happen with this current regime in place. That's my problem. If you've got thoughts on this, you can give us a call, 855-839-1210. If not, that's okay. We're going to come back here and kick off hour two with a very disturbing story centered around immigration in the state of Utah. It's a sick story. I hate stories like this, but it is very important to bring this to your attention because this may impact you one day. Very disturbing story out of Utah. We'll have that and a little bit more when we come back. Shawn Farash filling in for Dom Giordano here this afternoon until 3 o'clock, where the WPHT afternoon show will take over. Again, the number to call is 855-839-1210. We'll be back to kick off hour two right after this.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
U.S. military launches a 13th straight night of attacks. Iran has begun responding again by targeting American allies in the region. ABC's Mary Bruce.
Iran this morning is out with a stark new warning telling civilians in countries that are hosting U.S. military personnel to stay at least 500 meters from any building suspected of housing American forces.
Another round of tariffs coming from the White House this morning, affecting about 99% of all imported items in the country, and many wondering now, what will this do to costs? ABC's Elizabeth Chelsea.
If you're a company, especially a small business, they say, what are we actually paying here? What is the rate? So that's one part of this uncertainty. The other part is, does it mean that those companies that had started to kind of accept the status quo as they face higher costs, which we've talked about from the beginning, that means importers are paying more for products. Do they absorb those or do they pass them down?
Jackson County, Mississippi DA Angel Myers McElrath is speaking out for the first time since the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Wells was last seen with friends July 4th off Horn Island. Once his body was found, authorities said they believed his death was an accidental drowning. But the family says that came too hastily and want more answers, pointing to an independent autopsy that found the cause of his death to be inconclusive. ABC's Aaron Katersky.
She met last week with Wells's parents, who pledged to allow investigators to examine his phone, which he left behind in a boat during a July 4th trip with friends to Horn Island. Few details have been released, but the district attorney says that's by design.
The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly, carefully, without compromise.
Singer Chris Brown pleaded guilty in a London court this morning to an altercation at a nightclub there 3 years ago. The plea allows Brown to avoid a trial. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Welcome in hour 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Dom Giordano Show. Shawn Farash filling in. Congratulations to the great city of Philadelphia, Stan. There it is.
Wow.
You guys got LeBron James. Congratulations. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Go have some roast pork lo mein in celebration tonight. You got the new guy from you got China's biggest advocate in the United States there, LeBron James. I'm not gonna stop. You know, you got at least another hour and a half here.
Great.
Hour, 2 hours.
Bring it
really.
on. Henry's pumped. I'm not gonna lie. He's pumped. Man is pumped.
Highlighter Henry, right, with his green, his puke green Philly stars.
I'm in here doing jumping jacks. I'm so excited. I don't know what to do with myself.
He's like, yes, we got an 80-year-old formerly great basketball player to play for.
And the hits
It'll be good. It'll be good.
On coming.
You know, that's it. He's like, you could say anything you want. I know on a sports level, kind of what Henry's going through, you know, because like when the Texas Rangers won the World Series in baseball, which is something that is probably never going to happen again, but that's okay because I will always have 2023. And then, you know, there were the naysayers like, oh, it's a lucky run, or like, you know, you're not going to be a winner next year. I don't care. We won the World Series.
You got it.
Like you know, like say what you want.
I never seen Henry this happy like ever. In the 3 years I've been in this station, I've never seen this man ever like going bananas.
Yeah.
Ever.
Just buzzing.
He's going bananas.
I'm tingling. It's crazy.
It's tingling. I mean, you would think LeBron James was 23, you know, like
23, 43, doesn't matter.
Right.
He's here.
Yeah,
He's home.
43 is the new 20. He's home. Give me a break. Give me a break. Yeah, you know what? Again.
The hits on, keep on coming.
Yeah, my gosh. Yeah. I'll enjoy him. Enjoy him. You'll enjoy him. I mean, till like 3 games in, he'll miss a game winner, and then, you know. We never should have signed him. We'll run him out of town. The pitchforks will come out. You know, send him for a stroll down Kensington and see what happens. You know, it is what it is. No, I'm good. I'm happy for you guys. Yeah, I know how it feels to have some joy in the sports world. Certainly welcome news. All right, this is not welcome news. What we're going to get to here out of the state of Utah. It's not good. These were Arab migrants released into the United States under Joe Biden have been charged with luring and raping 13-year-old girls in Utah. Now, it's not a mistake. That's not a typo. This is a real news story. And, you know, the reason why I would like to talk about this is because this could happen to your children. If it could happen in Utah, it can happen in Philly. If it could happen in Philly, it could happen in Nashville. If it could happen in Nashville, it could happen in New York City. And so for a couple of reasons, you know, we're going to talk about this, right? Number one being when you import the third world third world things tend to happen. Now, before anybody jumps down my throat, oh my gosh, you believe every migrant from an Arab country is from the third world? Well, I mean, the Middle East isn't necessarily the first world, is it? But no, I don't believe that every migrant that comes out of the Middle East is a third world savage. However, I believe that these two were. And, this evidence, which we have a confession here, speaks for itself. 2 foreign nationals allowed into the country by the Biden administration have been charged with raping 13-year-old girls while they were at a local park in Murray, Utah. Both suspects, who are each 18 years old now, were booked in the Salt Lake County Jail. On June 24th, police officers approached a vehicle at a local park and saw people getting dressed quickly inside. There were multiple used condoms outside the vehicle, and they found an 18-year-old male as well as a 13-year-old girl. On the scene, they arrested Youssef Muzin Youssef. The other 18-year-old male, Ali Odai Imad, was arrested shortly thereafter. The teenage girl said that her friend had just left with Imad and said that they had also had sexual intercourse in the car. Here comes a quote from one of the alleged perpetrators. Quote, "I'll be honest, I was having sex. Is that illegal here, like in the park?" Let's just chew on that for a second. Here's a foreign national who is either playing stupid or is stupid, does not know that you're not supposed to be having sex with 13-year-old kids in a public park. This is an example of suicidal empathy. We're trying to be kind. We want to give immigrants opportunities. We want to give everybody and anybody access to the American dream. It's very kind. It's very altruistic. It's very nice. But I am only willing to be nice to a point. When your generosity, when your compassion, when your empathy is exploited by people and they start preying on children, that's where my niceness and my empathy and my generosity and my altruism, that's when it stops. Okay? And no, I'm not going to point at these two monsters and say that every Arab or every immigrant from wherever these guys came from is a bad person. That's not what I'm going to say. Because it's not true. There are plenty of people who come from the Middle East who are not like this. But there's also a growing number of people who are like this. The girl with Youssef, who admitted he was having sex with her in the car, 13 years old. He's 18, she's 13. The girl with Youssef said that she felt like she was coerced into the act and that it was her first time doing so, better be at age 13, when she spoke to officials at a local hospital. Both men admitted that they knew the girls were underage. They were both charged with rape of a child and are facing charges of lewdness involving a child and sexual abuse of a child. This is very important, what I'm about to read for you, or read to you. Social media is a very toxic and dangerous place. Listen, I'm on social media. I'm on every platform. I use it a lot. I use it for my work. I use it to get my news. I use it to have fun. I use it to connect with people. I use it to network with people. But it has not just a dark side. It has a toxic, dangerous side, especially especially for children. Especially for children. And when I think back to like the early days of instant messaging where you didn't have a profile picture, you had no idea who was on the other side of those screen names. None. None. I used to play these like little whatever games, and you would make an account and you could wind up on the leaderboard and things. Remember there was the Game Show Network. It still exists, but they used to have this, like, if you play along with the game online, your name could show up on TV, but there were all these chat rooms and people talking to each other, and they're all asking ASL, like age, sex, location, and people were just volunteering their information. It's like, wow, how easy it is to just prey on unsuspecting victims in a situation like that. And it has only gotten worse. The men allegedly used various social media platforms in order to meet the underage girls and then sexually abuse them. Please be a line of defense against something like this. Your government is inviting these people in. Biden was a lot worse than what we're dealing with now, but there's a lot of them here, okay? And ICE and DHS, they're doing their best to find these people and get rid of them. Please be a line of defense against this type of stuff as parents. You may feel like you're being a pain in the butt, right? Oh, I don't want my kid to get mad at me for hovering. You are just protecting them. These 13-year-olds were on social media. Mom, dad, whoever it might have been, thinks, their activity is benign. Who cares? She's just scrolling TikTok, watching videos of whatever it is. ASMR, whatever that is. They make sounds when I never understood why people like that. I'm like, stop. I'd rather look at pictures of Nick Cale's feet, and I don't want to look at those either.
Ugh. Gross.
Ugh. But I don't want to watch ASMR. Grosses me out even more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy you guys got that little reaction. According to ABC4, authorities believe these two men used similar tactics to get in contact with other victims as well. Both men were allowed into the United States as minors under the Biden administration, according to the Department of Homeland Security. They slip through the cracks, they get into the country, they get on social media, and they started hunting. That's the term. They were hunting. DHS said of the arrest in a statement on June 24th, 2026, the Murray Police Department arrested Yusef Musin Yusef for the sexual abuse, rape, and lewdness involving a child. Yusef was admitted into the United States in 2022 under the Biden administration. On June 24th, 2026, Murray Police Department also arrested Ali Imad Odai Ahmad for lewdness involving a child, sexual abuse of a child. Odai Imad was admitted into the United States in 2023 under the Biden administration. I can't be clear enough. Two things here. Point number one, can we please stop allowing people into this country that are clearly not exhibiting signs of being able to assimilate here? There had to be a red flag when these guys came in that they were not going to play by the rules. If at 18 years old, they're now hunting 13-year-olds on social media and trying to have sex with them in public parks. There had to be something we could have picked up on. The problem is the prior administration simply did not care. And number two, I'm not saying that the government has to do this and that there should be a policy banning social media use for children, because I don't want the government coming into your home like that. Parents have got to be on top of their kids' social media activities. You don't have to pour through their texts and all this. Please Make sure you know who they're talking to on these gaming platforms, on these social media platforms. You know, it is so easy for stuff like this to happen, but it's also easy to prevent it. And I get you're not going to be able to prevent everything, and there are boundaries, and you know your children better than I know your children and all that, but it's either they hate you for a few years, oh my gosh, just leave me alone, or they wind up getting raped. What would you rather have? The answer is obvious. And finally, when you import the third world, you get the third world. We are way too head over heels. Bring them in. Bring them all in. We're way too giddy to do things like this. It's getting people hurt. It is wrecking lives. These 13-year-olds are never going to be the same. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into another interesting scenario out of New York City. The Aloha Snack Bar crowd strikes again, but the media doesn't seem to think the fact that the alleged attacker did the Aloha Snack Bar thing while he did the attack. 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in. It's Shawn Farash filling in on the Dom Giordano program until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We will be back with more in hour 2 right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Kale & Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Dr. Craig is in Mullica Hill.
$825 he's raised for us. I've got a police benevolent organization that's behind me, and if you can be there, support in person, and if you can't be there, exercise, diet, take good care of yourself, and for God's sake, make a good donation. bentashore.org, and the team is Kale & Company.
What a promo.
Thank you.
Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Reading from a prepared statement, I would assume. That's a good job out of him.
No, he's just good on the fly.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof. I have not lost a penny. I'm making substantially over 8%, and during COVID, I made 14. I wrote down the phone number, and I said, call, because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is 1:22 p.m. on this Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. LeBron James is coming to Philly. How about it? There you go. You know, I mean, you could be excited about these things. There's not much else to be excited about over there, right? I mean, another guy, fentanyl, Kensington, great. Oh, wait, look over here, LeBron James. Yeah. All right, listen, I know you're happy. Everybody's happy about it. Henry, there's no bringing Henry down.
Exactly right.
No, I'm standing right now. I'm pacing.
He's a happy camper.
Have
man.
you sat down?
No, he hasn't. Since we've been here, no, he has not.
I'm telling you, I've just been jumping around, just bouncing around. I can't calm down. I can't.
He's on a euphoric sugar high without the sugar.
Yeah, literally.
Without the sugar. Without the sugar.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, you know, someone's got to be happy that LeBron's in Philly. I mean, most of Philly's mad already at him. You know, I mean, don't dress him up as Santa; they'll boo him, right?
No.
You know, and they'll be called racist, right? Because you can't boo. You know, anyway.
Right.
Let's little pivot there. All right, little pivot there. Unbelievable. I move over to the. I look over on the YouTube chat just for a second, youtube.com/1210, and I see some guy just making allegations that Donald Trump did something to a child. Okay, can I just, a little aside here. By the way, we're going to put the seatbelt sign back on because I might go nuts.
Uh-oh.
When Donald Trump is not around, all right? One day, it's not going to happen. I'm going to live forever. Could you imagine that? That would be the eternal punishment for the left. That would actually be hell on earth for the left. But when Donald Trump is not around, whether he's not the president or, you know, when his time comes, what are these people going to do? The Trump derangement syndrome people. What are they going to do? People ask me all the time, oh, yeah, man, you do Trump's voice. Like when he's not president, you're not going to have a job. I think I'm going to be okay. Right? My life does not revolve around what he says or doesn't say. As a matter of fact, I've probably not put out enough of that fun type of content just because I just haven't felt like it. That's it. You know? There are people who roll out of bed, like this guy that I'm looking at on the YouTube chat, or these folks that I bump into on X all the time, that they roll out of bed. And the very first thing they do when they turn off their alarm is they go, wow, do I hate Donald Trump? It is like their identity is to hate another person. I was no fan of Joe Biden. I am no fan of Barack Obama. But I don't make my entire life about how much I hate the guy, to the point where, like, this happened. They were screaming and they were like cheering on algae in a reflecting pool. If Donald Trump was not the president, if Donald Trump was not here, if Donald Trump lived on Mars, you'd be calling to bomb Mars, wouldn't you? What would you do? That's why last Labor Day, when there were rumors that Donald Trump was dead, the left was like, oh, he's finally gone. Oh, we haven't seen him in a couple of days. I was like, the only people this is going to hurt is you. You're going to have nothing to do. You're going to have no purpose. Without Donald Trump to hate, your life has no purpose. Imagine that being the truth about you. Just imagine. Without Donald Trump to hate, your life is meaningless. You are adrift in a sea of irrelevance. Without that North Star in your life of, I must do everything in my power to visibly demonstrate how much I do not like Donald Trump. He's the center of your universe. You give him more attention than his biggest supporters give him. So to this Richard, and I mean that in both ways. It's apparently his name, but he's also a, that's one of those, I'm not sure if I could say that words. So we're just going to, what we're going to do is we're going to dodge it. We're going to beat around the bush, right? To these folks, your life revolves around Donald Trump. And that's sad. That's really sad. And I hope one day when you look in the mirror and you see how miserable you actually look, and the fact that you pretty much have sold your soul out to just be a hateful demon, right? Just a nasty person who nobody wants to associate with. Your parents, if they're still alive, they don't acknowledge that they have any living children. If you have a significant other, they really don't like you. They're just kind of tolerating everything because that's the situation that they're used to. Like, you've become a soulless black hole of despair because you can't get over how much you don't like one person. And that is your entire purpose in life. And it's really pathetic, to be honest. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. I wake up every morning. I know I've got shows to do, things to do. We've got, my wife's in there. We're figuring out what she's going to do for the day. We've got all sorts of stuff going on here, politics, getting ready, volunteering on campaigns. Early voting is underway. We've got things that we're trying to do here outside of hating a person. And yet there is a very large group of people who you guys are so fun to mock that are just obsessed with hating one guy, to the point where like the parody and the satire is like hilarious. I remember I made a video last August of Donald Trump. I said, "We are hereby endorsing breathing. We love to breathe. Oxygen is great because you know what happens when these idiots hear it? They're going to stop breathing. They're going to hold their breath, right? They're going to do the opposite of what we say." And you're like, "No, that's ridiculous." Do you not remember the Tylenol thing where him and Bobby Kennedy were like, "Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant. It could cause autism." And you had quite literally TikTok challenges online of pregnant people chugging Tylenol simply because Donald Trump said not to. You people are nuts. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing. It's beneath the human species to live like that. You are subhumans if you are people who, while you're unevolved Neanderthals, if you are walking around and doing everything in your power to virtue signal and to show the world how much you don't like Donald Trump, no matter what he says. It's insanity. That's why we call it Trump derangement syndrome. Because if he comes out and says, "Water is wet," you're like, "Nope, it's dry." You will detach yourself from reality and objective truths just to counter-signal one person. I could not imagine living like that. I couldn't imagine it. And yet there are millions of people who do that. What a sad, pathetic life to lead. I'll tell you. What a sad, pathetic life to lead. Well, I didn't anticipate spending that much time on that, but I you know what? Might as well. And I was pretty much tame. I'm gonna take the seatbelt sign off again. You can move. Turbulence is over. It didn't really get too crazy. I just added that to this board, right? All right. When we come back, I'm going to talk about the New York City Aloha Snack Bar incident. We also have, at the end of this hour, Canada doing something absolutely ridiculous. They built a bridge to Detroit, but then, of course, they had to do a land acknowledgement. So we're going to do a land acknowledgement of our own. I'll even maybe break out the Chief Golden Eagle headdress for that. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. We'll have all that and more. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in, be a part of the show. It's Shawn Farash filling in on the Dom Giordano program until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We hand it off to the WPHT afternoon show. Quick break. We're back with the New York City story right after this.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
You take care of your dog out of love and responsibility. But what if every scoop that you're feeding them is slowly making them sicker? Not because you're a bad pet owner, but because the pet food industry never told you the truth. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Blank, Amazon #1 best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. Dog food is dead food, stripped of every live nutrient that your dog needs. That's where Rough Greens comes in. Just sprinkle it on top of whatever you're already feeding them. It's packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and over 20 live vitamins and minerals, all natural and made in the USA. Thousands of dog owners are watching their pets transform. More energy, shinier coat, better mobility, and your dog could be next. Take the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. Give us 90 days and we'll give you a healthier dog, guaranteed. Get a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code USA. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code USA. Rough Greens. So good, your dog will ask for it by name.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Bradford White, we believe the products you rely on every day should be built with purpose. That's why we build water heaters for lasting performance and dependable comfort. Built right here in America, using the finest materials and components from around the world. Made to work as hard as you do. Reliable, energy efficient, built to last. Because hot water isn't a luxury, it's essential. Bradford White, built to be the best. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is a good one here. It is a good one. 1:36 p.m. What is it? Zombie? Is that the name of the song?
Yep.
And their bombs and their guns. Is that this one? In my head. That's the one, right?
Yeah, yes. You got it.
Yeah, I know my stuff. Besides Phil Almquist, I'm a good music guy, right? Mm-hmm. Phil's like the music chief executive. Guys out there killing it this week in music history. Today! I love it. I always love when I hear the music, this day in music history. It's always some crazy thing I've never heard of before, like some wild fact about a band that I love that I didn't know. Phil knows. Phil knows all when it comes to music. He's a tremendously talented person. I have to say that too. And he likes the Jets. He likes the Islanders. So he's a long-suffering guy, just like me.
He, like you, also didn't care that LeBron's coming to Philly.
Exactly right.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, he's a Knicks fan, right? So
yes,
I mean,
And UConn fan.
Well, you guys are celebrating free agency signings. Like, remember those days? Yeah. He's like, yeah, Jalen Brunson, like championship. Anyway. All right, let's get to this story out of New York City because the mainstream media just wants to be clownish about it. So we're going to we'll talk about how ridiculous this reporting is. There was a stabbing in New York City in broad daylight. 2 men were stabbed in broad daylight on Manhattan's Upper West Side. This is from the great Bob Hoge over on Red State, one of my favorite websites I like to go to. It's some really good writers out there. Bob is one of the most talented guys on that site. A disturbing scene played out. He says here, disturbing scene played out on Manhattan's Upper West Side Thursday as an assailant stabbed 2 men in separate attacks. The victims both said he yelled the Islamic battle cry, Allahu Akbar, before assaulting them, which means, I think in Arabic, God is great or God is good, something along those lines. Allahu Akbar. All right, so Upper West Side, yesterday, New York City, assailant stabs 2 people, Allahu Akbar. That's the slate of facts that we were given from the great Bob Hoge right off the top of this article. All right? Now, one could assume when you hear the inclusion of the Aloha snack bar in there, the Allahu Akbar, right? One could assume a motive based off of that, correct? I would say, all right, lead me to believe maybe this is an Islamic extremist, etc. All right. Both men went to the hospital following the stabbings and are expected to recover. That's great. The suspect is in custody, and the motive has not been officially established, according to mainstream media. What? Am I missing, Henry? Am I missing something? You got a guy who stabs 2 people and does the Aloha snack bar thing, and they're like, well, we don't know why he did it. Well, I mean, I'm not telling you like I know for sure why he did it, but I have a pretty good idea if the guy, like, okay, all right, let's go back a few years. Remember Jussie Smollett? Okay. And then they threw bleach on me, and then they threw a noose around my neck, and then they said, this is MAGA country. And everyone was like, it's a hate crime. We have a motive. Meanwhile, what was happening, really? They were cashing personal checks made out to them by Jussie Smollett. He staged the whole thing. We were quick to draw a motive in that case, but we're like, okay, 2 people were stabbed, New York City. It's a place that's run by a jihadist now, right? Zoran Mamdani, who's, by the way, like his supporters, and I think even somebody in his office, this woman came out and was like, yeah, this is a part of the jihad getting him elected. I didn't say it. She said it. You got a guy yelling in Arabic, Allahu Akbar. You're going to tell me you don't know the motive? Because I got a pretty damn good idea what the motive might be. Suspect is in custody after 2 men were stabbed in Manhattan's Upper West Side Thursday afternoon in what city officials described as a pair of apparent anti-Semitic attacks. That adds a wrinkle to this. New York City Police Department said one of the victims is Jewish and that witnesses reported hearing the suspect yell Allahu Akbar during both assaults. Investigators are evaluating whether the reported attacks should be classified as a hate crime and identified the suspect as Raul Morales. Okay, that doesn't sound like a snack barian type of a name, right? Aloha snack bar or Raul Morales. Doesn't matter. Possibly radicalized. One way or the other, he yelled the battle cry of the jihadists. 2 stabbed in Manhattan's Upper West Side, including at least one visibly Jewish. I guess, what does it mean to be visibly Jewish? Wearing a yarmulke, maybe? Or like maybe he was a Hasidic Jew. I don't know. Crazy, though. The incident occurred as the city remains on edge over concerns of anti-Semitism, which, by the way, is a word that I don't like. And I don't like the term hate crime either. And I don't like everyone's first, instinct is to like point at race, And, oh, this person's being criticized because they're black, or, oh, this person was attacked because they're Jewish, or, oh, you criticize the nation of Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Like, I don't like that. And I support Israel's right to exist. I support their right to defend themselves. I support their right to exist as the Jewish homeland, right? But criticizing the nation, right, saying, I don't like what Bibi said today, or I'm not a fan of this policy. There's a lot of liberal policies in Israel, right? I mean, that's not anti-Semitism. That's just a fair critique. Democratic Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani threatened to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over an international criminal court warrant, but was roundly mocked for the declaration because neither the U.S. nor Israel is a party to the ICC. Yeah, it's more broken promises, by the way, from Mamdani. Somebody had a problem with me yesterday saying that Mamdani broke almost all of his campaign promises already. Let's go down the list, right, of a few. Free buses. You guys got those yet in New York City? Free buses? Anybody? Free buses? Yes? No? No? I didn't think so. Free childcare for all? Free childcare? No, just for government workers. Got it. All right. All right. So you don't have that. City-run grocery stores. How are those working out? Oh, you don't have those yet either? I thought those were supposed to be okay. Affordability. Have we addressed the affordability issue in New York? No, it's still $4,500 a month to rent a closet in a studio apartment. Okay, great. What about rent? Are rents coming down yet? Rents? Nope. How about the crime? The social workers, right? They're the key to all this stuff. The social workers. How about the crime? No, we're talking about a guy who just got stabbed. 2 people who just got stabbed by someone screaming Allahu Akbar. Real good job he's doing over there. Oh, but he balanced the budget. He didn't, though. He didn't balance the budget. Kathy Hochul had to bail him out. Billions of dollars to fill in the gap. If you need a bailout, your budget's not balanced. Mamdani on Tuesday sheepishly admitted that he had no such authority to arrest Bibi Netanyahu. Nevertheless, he called the prime minister a war criminal and the architect of a horrific genocide. And there you go. Right after that, you wind up with an attack in New York City, Aloha snack bar, somebody getting stabbed, one of them visibly Jewish. Zoran Mamdani said the following: I have been briefed on today's horrifying stabbings on the Upper West Side, where an Asian man and a Jewish man were attacked. According to witness and victim statements, the perpetrator yelled Allahu Akbar during both attacks. I'm relieved that both victims are in stable condition. The NYPD responded immediately and arrested Raul Morales in connection with both assaults, and I'm grateful to the officers for their swift response. The NYPD's initial investigation suggests that mental health may have been a factor. They are also evaluating these stabbings as potential hate crimes. These hateful and despicable attacks have no place in our city. Okay. No boilerplate statement. Boilerplate statement. As if this guy's not stoking the anti-Jewish sentiment in New York City, right? Okay. You know, you are going to see in New York City, you're going to see what socialism really does, what it really looks like. And it's not just socialism. It is Islamo-Marxism. Okay? Frank Gaffney is a remarkable guy. He's got a great presentation about Sharia law and elements of Sharia law spreading throughout the United States of America, and how the Marxists are helping to usher that in. But make no mistake, once that gets here and they establish themselves, if it does, you're not their friends. They don't look at you as their friends right now. You think gays for Palestine? You serious right now? Do you know what happens to actual gays?
Why are you gay?
Do you know what happens to actual gays in Palestine? They get thrown off of roofs. Seriously? What do you think they're just going to allow this to happen? There was, I think, a story in Michigan. It wasn't Dearborn. It was another city of an Islamic city council. They took over the entire city council. They were waving all their pride flags and their gay flags and everything. They got elected into those positions and then outlawed all of it. Oh, gee, you never would have saw that one coming. Really? Because we could have told you that was going to happen. All right, so you have this story out of Utah with the Arab Nationals, and you have the story out of New York City with the Allahu Akbar being shouted before a Jewish guy and an Asian guy were stabbed. Again, I'm not calling to demonize every single Muslim. It's not what I'm trying to do. But if the roles were reversed here, and this was a white guy stabbing a Middle Eastern, it would be wall to wall. Oh, Islamophobia, hate crime, all this. This is barely a story right now. How much more are we supposed to sit back and take? That's my question. How much more are we supposed to sit back and take? I'm tired of sitting back and taking it. I'm just happy I don't live in New York City. But this stuff is spreading all over the place. We got to get out in front of it. We got to get out in front of it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have some fun at the expense of Canada. Canada. Look at them. Stupid people. Land acknowledgement. Chief Golden Eagle will be joining us in a couple minutes after this break. And we'll do a land acknowledgement of our own. How's that sound? Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The number to call in is 855-839-1210. We'll wrap up hour 2 right after this. Don't go anywhere.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wphT.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wPHT.com/911story.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. It is 1:52 as we wrap up hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's the Dom Giordano program. The Dom Show. We're rolling. We're rocking. Canada, what are you doing? What are you doing? And it's not just Canada. Canada's not the only one who does this, but what I don't understand this land acknowledgement. Like, you have to acknowledge that somebody else was on the land that you're on before you got there. It's that whole playing into the whole stolen land bit. But you ever understand? You ever notice that, like, when they do the acknowledgement of the stolen land, they never give the land back. They just acknowledge that it was stolen. It's like if I steal your car, every time I get in it, I acknowledge that it's stolen, and like I make a post on social media like, hey, I just want to acknowledge that I stole this vehicle from somebody else, but, it's mine. So, okay. What? Like, if I were the people who had the quote-unquote land stolen from, I'd be really mad. Be like, okay, you're admitting that you stole it. Give it back. Was it Billie Eilish? Was that like earlier this year? They found out that her massive house was on like some tribe's ritual or burial ground or some sort of sacred. Yeah, but she never gave it. She's like, oh, my house is on stolen, but she never gave it back. Give it back. All right. I want to play this cut out of Canada. They built a bridge to Detroit or whatever. Wonderful. Too bad for Detroit. As if things weren't bad enough in Detroit. Now they're directly connected to Canada via a bridge. Good luck with that. But let's play this. Is ridiculous. And then we'll be joined by Chief Golden Eagle when we return from this cut. But go ahead, let's roll this cut here.
We're going to sing a song. I'd like to ask everyone to please stand in honor of our ancestors.
My name is Nikki Van Orscott. I'm Chief of Caldwell First Nation, and our community is Place of the Red Cedar, and I come from the Turtle Clan. My spirit name means carries strong mind.
This is your favorite president. This is Chief Golden Eagle. We're the greatest in the history of the world, the greatest chief in the history of the world. If you're watching on youtube.com/1210, nobody looks better in a headdress than your favorite chief. Your favorite chief, your tribal chief. You have to acknowledge me. They say acknowledge, right? You look at it. Now, the Chief Golden Eagle, I have the biggest teepee in the history of the world. You look at Pocahontas, you look at, she talks about it, smoke signals and all of that. But you look at crying Chuck Schumer, you look at Hakeem Jeffries. They have a small teepee, very tiny teepee. I have a huge teepee, the biggest teepee. They say, sir, we've never seen a teepee that big, sir. Land acknowledgement. I'm going to acknowledge that this land is my land. It is not your land. I have a shotgun and you don't got one. So get the hell off my land, because this land only belongs to me. That much I can tell you. All right, here's Chief Golden Eagle. Do you think I look good in this, by the way?
Oh, absolutely.
I look better. Wait,
you wear
I'm going to
well.
say something that's going to get Henry very, very mad. I'm finally going to be able to get him mad.
Oh, boy.
You ready?
Cool.
Henry, you ready?
I'm ready.
I look better in this than LeBron does in a Sixers jersey.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
you do look really good in it. I can't
Shots
lie.
fired.
But I don't know.
You can't-
LeBron and that old school, like, AI black Sixers jersey, it's just too clean.
Nah, this is cleaner, though. This is Chief
It
Golden
is a
Eagle.
clean look.
It is a clean look. I
Hat
should go
on
out
a
in
hat.
public with this, right? What do you think? You think this is good for, like, the supermarket? I walk around like Publix. And
Oh,
just
they'd
kind
love
of,
you,
like
like,
nothing's
yeah.
going on. Just bop around like this. Yeah.
I'd be like, thank you, sir.
Go
Thank you
for
for spresting our culture around.
Right.
Totally wouldn't get shouted down.
I'm just doing a land acknowledgement. I'm allowed to do it. It's,
That'd be the perfect,
We're Yeah. I mean, we're 2 months away from, we're not too far away from Columbus Day.
Your headdress
right? 2.5 months away.
Your headdress
they
is
call
better.
It Indigenous Peoples Day. Indigenous.
Your headdress is
I'm
better.
an indigenous person.
Your headdress is better than the other chief on that clip.
Yeah. Well,
very nice. You wear it well.
It is true. It is true. And I have. By the way, I don't know what's faster. The Canadians' will to do a land acknowledgement, or LeBron James' hairline receding from as far. I think it's just still running away from him. I've actually I saw a milk carton ever since he signed with Philly missing. Have you seen LeBron's hairline? It's keeps.
He should just go Michael Jordan and shave it. I mean, that's the thing to do.
That's it. All right. So this is Chief Golden Eagle. We'll be back to kick off hour 3 here on the Dom Giordano program. Shawn Farash filling in until 3 o'clock. And we're going to have a good time that third and final hour. Got a couple of cuts that we're going to get to. Maybe a little bit of Jack Smith. Maybe a little bit of Haley Stevens. You know Haley Stevens. That's the one who did this.
That's the Michigan way.
A little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm. We got Haley Stevens. We got AOC. A bunch of stuff coming up in that third hour we'll have a bunch of fun with. On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Shawn Farash filling in until 3 o'clock. We're back right after this.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. President Trump has issued another round of tariffs effective this week. Many businesses have said they'd have to rethink their prices because of those extra tariffs. Dr. Justin Wolfers, economist with the University of Michigan, tells ABC News the White House is using a bit of trade law from the 70s to justify the new tariffs.
The United States is in the process of isolating itself from the rest of the world. And so the first thing that does is it's going to raise the cost of living. Second thing, it makes our economy less dynamic. It means that American companies don't have to compete so hard anymore. And so don't be surprised if you'll be paying higher prices even for American-made goods, because they're no longer going to be competing with others. And then beyond the economics, there's this question of what is America's place in the world and how will that play out geopolitically over time. And if we've made ourselves less essential and less good friends for everyone else, I think that reduces our role in the world.
The White House also claims the 60 countries whose imports will be affected use forced labor to make their goods. But some, like Australia and much of the EU, have strict laws against forced labor. Well, after days of speculation, NBA star LeBron James says he's signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, bringing the NBA's biggest offseason storyline to a close. ABC's Morgan Norwood.
LeBron James posting on X, writing he was pretty sure he played his last game after the season ended, saying that he needed time to decide whether he still loved the game. Well, the answer is, quote, I still truly love this game, and I have so much more to give. LeBron, we know, is signing a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers, according to our partners at ESPN. James says that this decision wasn't necessarily about money or family.
LeBron to New Jersey is already sold out on the Sixers website. Bon Jovi had to end his New York City concert early last night, telling the crowd at Madison Square Garden it was due to a sinus infection. You're listening to ABC News.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
August 4th is the Michigan primaries, and there's a very hotly contested Democrat Senate primary that is underway in Michigan, and there is a massive split between the two parties. Not between the two parties, between the two factions of the Democrat Party. You have the establishment progressive, well, I don't want to say progressive because the progressives are essentially the DSA types. But you have the establishment, left-wing, stop just shy of like pure, unadulterated socialism, and the Jim Clyburns of the world. They still rely on identity politics to make their points, etc. And then you have the DSA types who have admitted that their goal is communism.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
I mean, it's plain English. That was David Jenkins, the DSA guy. Our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism. I love people. Well, you call everything you don't like communist. No, I will call it communist if it sounds like communism. And I'll also do it if they say it's communism, which is, again.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
All right. That's not me. I didn't say it. David Jenkins said it. He's a big-time, DSA guy. Now, the left, on the other hand, they like to say everything they don't like is fascism. Oh, you want voter ID? That's fascism. How is that fascism? Is it fascism when you buy alcohol, too? When you have to show ID? Is that fascism? Are you fighting fascism when you refuse to get carded? Is that what you're doing? In New York, for like a week, they were checking IDs for whipped cream, like Ready Whip, not Cool Whip, the cans. I'm trying to get this out of my
pressurized air.
One pressurized air. Beautiful job. And because they were afraid of the whippets. They're like people could do whippets. What are we doing here? So someone checked my ID for Ready Whip, and I was like, why? I'm not buying alcohol. They're like, no, it's the whipped cream. I was like, you're kidding. How old do I have to be to buy whipped cream? 21. Oh, okay. Gotta be 21 to buy whipped. That went away after a while because most people were like, this is silly. Like I'm scanning it through. I was just buying ice cream, whipped cream, sprinkles, the whole 9 yards for little ice cream. And I'm going through the self-checkout and the thing starts blinking red at me. Like it was a nuclear meltdown going on. I'm like, what? What is it? Is this like alcoholic whipped cream? That's sick. Can I get drunk eating Ready Whip? No, it's just that we don't want you doing whippets from the compressed air. All right. Well, that went away, but they checked IDs for that. They won't check ID to vote though. You can't even ask for ID in New York. And if you show it, like you're supposed to like, I don't see that. Don't show me your ID. I can't do that in New York. So you have a split in the Democrat Party, as you've seen in many races across the country. You have the DSA Socialist Communist wing, and then you have the establishment, somewhat old school, not even old school, just they're old school like 5 years ago, old school. The days of the blue dog Democrats, like the Kennedy Democrats, are Republicans now. Even like the Bill Clinton Democrats, like the era of big government is over. That's a Bill Clinton quote. Those are not, you can't exist in the Democrat Party and say that anymore. Can't do it. Even Obama, who criticized the Bush administration for their lack of deportations. You can't do that either. Now, if you talk about deportations in even a semi-favorable light on the left, you're ostracized and cast out. But there's a very interesting dynamic shaping up in Michigan. I'm going to explain to you what that looks like right now. So you have power players in the Democrat Party on both sides of this Senate primary. You have a faction endorsing Abdul al-Sayed, who is the DSA-aligned candidate running for U.S. Senate in Michigan in the Democrat primary. And you have a faction of folks endorsing Haley Stevens, who is the not socialist but far left candidate running for Senate in the Democrat primary in Michigan. She's the one who just came out that viral clip about a week and a half ago.
That's the Michigan way.
And we'll do a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, a little bit of stick it to them. You know, we joke about this on my show all the time. It's like the Democrats just don't have, like Obama had the charisma, right? Obama had that you could watch it. You can kind of be captivated by how he talks. Mamdani, to an extent, has it too. I don't agree with what he says, but he's great. He's a good speaker. I don't like him, but I'll give credit where it's due and say he's a good speaker. He's convincing. But that's it on the Democrat side of things. Okay? And then you got like Haley Stevens. She sounded like she's on like helium. You know, let me get the camera.
We're going to do a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, a little bit of stick it to them.
Like when you think about like the greatest speeches in American history, motivational speeches, like I think Herb Brooks, right? Great moments are born from great opportunity. You were born to be hockey players. Go beat their commie asses, right? Like the United States against the Soviets, etc. You think of that. You think of John F. Kennedy talking about how, we do these things. We choose to go to the moon. We do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. It's not what your country could do for you. It's what you can do for your country. These impassioned, these motivating speeches, right? And then you have Haley Stevens out there just, we'll get a little bit of stick it to them, right? Well, there are multiple people vying for the position and the title of Kingmaker in the Democrat Party. And for the longest time, that has been Jim Clyburn. He actually goes by that nickname over in the Democrat Party, Jim Clyburn. If you remember back in 2020, right before Super Tuesday, Bernie Sanders was gaining momentum, right? And so what did the Democrat establishment do? Because they knew they weren't going to be able to totally control Bernie Sanders, right? Oligarchy. They said, nope, we're going to endorse Biden. Jim Clyburn was the first, and then everybody fell in line. Jim Clyburn from South Carolina. And this is, by the way, Jim Clyburn loves to do everything in a racial lens. It's kind of like Jasmine Crockett. Everything is racist. She lost her Senate primary, not because she was an awful candidate, but because, I guess Texas wanted a white dude instead of a black girl, whatever. So Clyburn, who, by the way, he endorsed Joe Biden, who said that he didn't want his kids to go to school in a racial jungle, made a speech in front of a room full of black people saying that, Republicans are going to put you back in chains, right? Saying all sorts of nasty stuff. After, obviously, Joe Biden became the nominee, he told, Charlemagne the God on that show, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like, apparently Joe Biden, this guy.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake.
He is the arbiter of blackness, apparently, Joe Biden. Interesting. It's very interesting. Clyburn endorses Biden. Everybody drops out of the race. They coalesce behind Biden before Super Tuesday, and the nomination was stolen away from Bernie Sanders. Does Jim Clyburn still have the power and the influence to be a shot caller in the Democrat Party? This is going to be the ultimate test of where the party is actually going and how strong the DSA coalition within the Democrat Party is. If Haley Stevens, who is endorsed by Clyburn, loses to Abdul al-Sayed, you could kiss the Democrat Party goodbye for a very long time, because this is a swing state. These are these moderate purple voters, right? Michigan. If Abdul al-Sayed wins this, and the Mamdani types, I think Bernie has endorsed him. Pocahontas has absolutely endorsed him, Abdul al-Sayed. There will be nothing else you need. The evidence is in. The verdict is in. The Democrat Party is dead, and it is now a socialist communist party. I mean, it is anyway, but this would be the final nail in that coffin. But I want to have a little bit of fun at the expense of Haley Stevens, and the off chance that she does win. The betting odds, some of the betting odds are favoring Abdul Al-Sayed. It's going to be a close race. But here is Haley Stevens. Let's roll this one of her voice changing. This is how phony the Democrats are. You know, code switching. Remember the code switching with AOC? We'll get to this next segment. AOC and her, fake black accent. Here's Haley Stevens, who I'm sure you saw the post last week, the video. The little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm. That's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way.
Let's roll this one of her with her voice changing from one job to the other. Roll it.
Intelligence, judiciary are going to be taking up those matters through
sounds kind of normal
and different investigations, and those committees are going to do their work. And I am laser focused on my committees of jurisdiction. I worked really hard to get on those committees for Michigan and for my constituents. That
you know who I sound like? I sound like the people who I talk to in Michigan who are getting screwed right now by Donald Trump, okay? And I'm telling you, I'm at the fish fry in Detroit. It's a joyous day. And the gals, 2 minutes into the conversation, what are we going to do about our utility bill? Yeah. And so I sound like the people who I'm trying to fight for. And I can't campaign right now because I'm in a government building, but I am fighting for Michigan.
I mean, I wonder if the people who she's trying to fight for think they sound like that. It's so funny how she's talking about what she sounds like, and then she's like, all just, like, how much helium did you suck before?
We're doing that. Oh my gosh, I'm Haley Stevens. We got to go up an octave. We got to go up another one. I'll tell you who I sound like. I'll tell you who I sound like. Christmas time is here.
Right, like Alvin and the Chipmunks. He's gasping for air right there. Sounds like LeBron running up and down the basketball court at age 72. I know, I'm sorry. Stop it. Stop making fun of our star basketball player. The relic known as LeBron James. I'm only kidding, sort of. Does she not sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks, though?
Yes.
You want to know who I sound like?
Yeah, with
Theodore, Simon, Alvin!
Yeah, if like the Chipmunks were like born and raised in the Midwest.
Right?
It
sounds like that. It sounds like that.
Her accent is so thick.
Oh, boy.
But it wasn't always thick, though. You heard the first
right,
video.
yeah.
She sounded normal.
They're doing it up a little
all
bit.
Of a sudden, she has developed a very thick Michigan accent. It's quite.
You want to know who I sound like? We do a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, a little bit of stick it to them.
Ready?
Because that's the Michigan way.
Unbelievable. So they got Alvin running for Senate out there in Michigan. My wife loves Haley Stevens. She's like, she's so cute. And I'm like, well, she's not. She's really, but it is. I want Haley Stevens. Well, I want to win the Michigan seat. So I think Abdul Al-Sayed would be easier to beat. But I also, Haley Stevens is so awkward on camera that I kind of want her to win also, because we need more awkward moments like that. So we'll see. Bottom line, though, on a serious note, is you can watch this if you're a geek like I am when it comes to politics and political science and the way these, the parties operate and everything in this country, the dynamics that are at play, the pieces on the chessboard. This is going to now test the strength of the remaining strength of Jim Clyburn's endorsement power. Generally in the past, Jim Clyburn, who, again, he has a plaque in his office. It says Kingmaker, right? So like that has been his MO for a long time. And he endorsed Haley Stevens because she appeared with a diverse crowd and Abdul Al-Sayed didn't, okay? The endorsement power of Jim Clyburn, which in the past has been very strong, is going to be tested in about a week and a half. And that is what I'm looking forward to when it comes to the Michigan primary, August 4th. And whoever the Democrat nominee is, we wish Mike Rogers well, because if Mike Rogers is able to pull this off in Michigan, there's virtually no chance the Democrats flip the Senate. So you have that. Haley Stevens versus Abdul Al-Sayed we'll see if little chipmunk, right? If she could pull this off. All right, when we come back, we're going to have a little bit of fun at the expense of AOC. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was back here in Memphis earlier this week, debuting a brand new accent, which is reminiscent of Kamala Harris and one of Kamala's old accents. You better thank a union member. We'll get to that in just a little bit on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210. If you want to chime in, we will be. Oh, it looks like we actually have a call waiting. We got Robert from Ben Salem. So, Robert, we'll get to you when we come back on the other side of this break. 855-839-1210. Hang with us, Robert, if you're still there. Or maybe you're not still there. That was a long time ago. Hang with us, Robert.
He's still there.
You're still there? All right, cool. Hang with us. We'll get to you on the other side of this break on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits, because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutogroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. It is 2:23 here on the Dom Show. A little update from Polymarket. Ever since the relic known as LeBron James signed with the Philadelphia 76ers, they are leading. They're leading the prediction markets. Spit it out. 22.3 to 22% for NBA 2027 Eastern Conference champion.
Let's go.
So there you go. Yeah, because they signed an antique. Imagine that. That's pretty cool.
It's the cherry on top.
Mm-hmm.
It is the cherry on top. All right, I want to get to this. There's a post here from Nate Silver. But before we do that, I would like to go to the phones. I mentioned we'll go to Robert from Ben Salem. Let's hear it, Robert. What's going on? You're on 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Shawn and Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Shawn, awesome show, Shawn. I can't wait till they make you permanent somewhere on this station because all week it's been great. Just a couple of humorous.
I'm happy you like it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Just a couple of humorous observations. I think it's hilarious that Mamdani refuses to honor legal ICE detainer requests from his own government, but he's more than happy to play the Cape Crusader for the ICC. All backwards. And I also think it would be humorous if a lot of those voter roll information that China has came from states that refuse to turn it over to our government. All of this shows you just how whacked out the left is. And I would also submit that the mindless left will hate whoever they're told to hate once Trump is gone. It'll be easy at first. Oh, he was tied to Trump. She was tied to Trump. But after that, look at what they did to Elon. They turned on him on a dime just because their leaders told them so. So they're going to do whatever they're told. But a couple of observations in Iran. Like Trump's overall strategy, I never heard him say this, but it seems that way, is that he wants to replace military competition with economic competition. And that kind of stuff worked in Azerbaijan, Armenia, India, Pakistan, Cambodia, Thailand. But it's not going to work here. Although even the Sunni states are willing to move forward with this plan, evidenced by their signing of the Abraham Accords. But with the Shia in Iran, it's a totally different ballgame. They're completely committed to their religious fanaticism, and there is no negotiating with these people. So what I think we should consider, and this is just consider, man, I would like to kick it around with you. If we take Karg Island, put bounties on every remaining leader in Iran, and arm the insurgency that's roiling within Iran right now, that would take down Iran. But taking Karg Island and freeing up the Strait of Hormuz would lower gas prices and buy us time to properly deal with Iran. What do you think about that?
Well, I hear it. The Karg Island invasion or taking Karg Island is something that I think would be like your sort of, I don't want to say happy medium because it is going to come with a cost, but you're kind of middle ground between a full-scale ground invasion and occupying that particular piece of territory. My only question would be, you talk about arming the insurgency within Iran. How do you plan on doing that? Who is distributing those arms, and how do you make sure that those arms are getting to the right people and not to, clandestine IRGC people,
Well, for that, we would probably have, and mind you, I don't say any of this lightly because my daughter is currently in CENTCOM.
No, I get it. 100%.
Now, my daughter's currently in CENTCOM, so I don't want her, that's my concern. But I think that you are able to arm them through traditional arms dealers that you never read about. I also think Turkey could be a player in this. And I also think the Kurds could be a player in this. And I'm not saying this is what we should do. I'm just thinking it through and kicking it around with somebody wise like you to see if we can find,
No, absolutely. I love this brainstorming. Now, we tried the Kurds apparently earlier in this conflict, And from what we're told, the Kurds stole the weapons and never distributed them to them. So that might be off the table, at least for now. But I hear you, by going through like an intermediary, give them the arms, have it distributed within Iran. I mean, you do need to arm the population. There's no doubt about it, for them to have a chance of overtaking or running the regime out. And the only other problem you wind up with without having to do nation building is if the regime leaves, how do you make sure that one that is not even more extreme takes over from there? You know, so it's tough.
I'm sorry. I think the armed insurgents would see to that. They've had enough of this Muslim suppression, and it's not just Iran. It's from Iran to Syria. I mean, Iran is busy now, and they're too preoccupied to help Hamas and Hezbollah, and Israel squashed them. And they're going to possibly have new leadership in Hamas. The Lebanese army could possibly come down and take control of southern Lebanon, and that's something nobody saw coming. I just think that he's working with 4D chess when everybody else is playing checkers, but he's in a quagmire right now. And I don't like to say that because I'm a triple trumper, but he's got more on his plate than he thought he would have, and I think you got to think outside the box or just bomb the snot out of him. But I was just calling to see what you thought about this, you know.
No, I appreciate the call, Robert. Appreciate it, and the kind words, of course. But I certainly appreciate you coming in and participating like that. It's one of my favorite things about live radio is we get to the brain.
You guys have a great weekend. Have a great weekend,
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You too. You know, my thoughts on it, just to put a little bow on it. You know, my thoughts on that. You know, if it winds up being Karg Island, and we're going to do that because of energy, oil, et cetera, Strait of Hormuz. You know, you are technically putting boots on the ground in that situation. It's not a full-scale invasion. Is that the happy medium? And I say happy medium, not to say that it's a good thing, but is that the, you know, is that the compromise between a full-scale invasion and not? How do you arm the Iranian people? Yes, through intermediaries. I mean, you could go ahead and do that. It's a very complex situation. I think we are seeing that bombing them over and over and over again has done what it can do, but it's not going to be enough to run the regime out of power. And ultimately, if we want to see real change in Iran, then we do have to run the regime out of power. I don't know if maybe another round of decapitation strikes could put a less radical regime in place. I don't know, man. It's tough. But again, I'm willing to entertain these ideas. What I love about what we can do and what I really, really like is, you know, we're acknowledging that there's a problem. And the problem is the regime in Iran, their pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and we are now involved. And how do we achieve what we want to achieve by losing as little life as possible on our side of the equation, you know, as efficiently and effectively as possible, right? And I don't think there is a right answer, but there are several different avenues of attack here that we can take. And I love, you know, the fact that it came in with a plan. We'll see if the administration feels similar, you know, has similar feelings to that, or if they take a different route. Maybe Karg Island is the quote unquote massive attack that President Trump is thinking about. I don't know. It could be. He was talking about it a few weeks ago, but he did mention he doesn't believe the country has an appetite for an attack on Karg Island. Now, what I will say is and it's very slight, but from May to now, and it might just be because of how untrustworthy the regime has proven to be in public, approval for, and this was just one poll, and forgive me, I forget the pollster, but approval for the, you know, strikes in Iran has slightly increased. And I think that's because, you know, you're seeing people just saying, well, just get it over with. Just bomb them already. Enough of the deals. So maybe another week or two of strikes, and there might be a slight increase in appetite for this whole thing to end by, unfortunately, any means necessary. I don't want this to be a nation-building exercise. I don't want this to turn into another Iraq. I think the administration may have thought that this was going to be similar to Venezuela, one and done. And that wasn't the case. And again, in Venezuela, you weren't dealing with religious fanatics. You're dealing with just a dictator. This is a little bit of a different animal here. Plus a larger country, a regime that's been entrenched for a little longer. So a lot of moving parts. Hey, if you have a suggestion of what we should do with Iran, anything from, just call it quits, enough, go home, or, full-scale invasion, give us a call, 855-839-1210. When we come back, I do want to poke some fun at AOC. I do want to poke some fun at Kamala Harris. We'll have a little bit more fun as we keep rolling on. But if you have calls, we will take your calls. 855-839-1210. Shawn Farash filling in here on the Dom Show up until 3 o'clock, midway through hour 3, and we'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT after this.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers. And on the sidelines, we cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Men at Work. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 2:36 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Welcome back into the Dom Giordano Show. Shawn Farash filling in until 3 o'clock. The boys are back in town. You have to say it. Tremendous job. The boys are back in town. All right. Let's have some fun at the expense of a few socialists, shall we? A few idiots. I love making fun of idiots. Let's see. Where do we want to start here? Let's start with AOC, shall we? AOC. She was here in Memphis. Now, I'm not in Memphis. She's been to Memphis more times than me. We have friends in Memphis, and they're like, "Hey, you got to come out to Memphis." I don't know about that.
Isn't that where the Bass Pro Shops pyramid is?
Oh. I have no idea.
I just that's the only thing when I think of Memphis. I think, oh yeah, they have the Bass Pro Shops pyramid.
I never heard of that.
Never heard of it.
Or are you trolling?
I think it's like one of the two or three pyramids that are in the U.S.
A Bass Pro Shops pyramid?
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Totally
I'm
real
looking at it
thing.
online now. There is a wow. Wait
Yeah.
a minute. It is in Memphis. Oh, I'm going to Memphis.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one thing you might want to go to Memphis for.
We're going to Memphis tomorrow. That's it.
We're broadcasting from Memphis.
Yeah, well, we're broadcasting live from the pyramid. I got along very well with the pyramids, by the way. You look at the pharaoh, King Tutankhamun, right? I called him King Tut. They all called him King Toot. I said, you don't want to be called King Toot. We already had one of those. His name was Crooked Joe Biden, although they called him King Poot. You think about it. He dropped a Tootsie Roll at the Vatican. We have a prop. You see it? This is a little Tootsie Roll, right? It's actually called a tamarind. You ever heard of this thing, guys? You ever heard of tamarind before?
The fruit.
No, I haven't.
This is I thought it was a nut. I guess it's a fruit.
I guess there's nuts in there, right? There's seeds, right? It's hard to eat, is it not?
I don't know what's in there. I just know that it looks like a dookie, so I keep it on here as a Joe Biden prop. That's all.
Nice.
We say that as the
It's that time of year when the Zioli Army becomes the Zioli Navy and we storm the beaches of Cape May. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. We're going to be live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th for a 4-hour show just like the good old days, 3 to 7 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. So come on a Friday in August and enjoy your fellow friends. Make some memories together with me at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, Friday, August 7th. See you there.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, we are back here. It is 2:39. It was the curse of the Bass Pro Shops pyramid that got us. And
yesterday was Mamdani. Today is the pyramid. Never ends.
yeah, Mamdani got us yesterday. Mamdani got us bad yesterday. You know what happens? This is what happens when LeBron James signs in Philly. It destroys everything we're trying to do here.
Destroys the bandwidth in the whole city. Everyone's tweeting about
All
it.
the bandwidth, yeah. Everyone's clogging up the internet, right? There it is. All right, let's go to AOC. This was her in Memphis, not at the Bass Pro Shops pyramid, but it's something I want to have a little fun with because this is the Democrats being inauthentic again. AOC, by the way, AOC, not black, not Southern, but she's doing her best to sound both in this cut. Let's roll it.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
Okay. Kind of reminds me of when Kamala Harris did that. And Kamala Harris was just, she was notorious for the fake accent. I remember there was one instance, it was after Hurricane Helene, I believe. She was on Univision, so the Spanish channel, Univision, right? And she actually, it was a town hall. And a member of the audience, Latinx, Latinx, isn't that what they call Latinx? That's a silly thing. A Spanish member, a Latina, whatever member of the audience asked Kamala Harris a question, and she responded. She goes, well, first of all, is your family okay? Is your house okay? And I'm like, what is she doing? What are you doing? You're not Hispanic. And then, obviously, with Colbert, have you no empathy, man? Remember that Jamaican accent? That was a good one. And then she does, of course, her HBCU accent. My HBCU brothers and sisters. Well, you had AOC. Well, North Carolina behind, Kentucky behind, South Carolina behind, Mississippi behind. It reminded me almost exactly of the Kamala Harris, you better thank a union member speech. So let's roll this one. This is gold.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. Because what we know.
You better thank a union member, right? Unbelievable. So why do they do this? Dude, like, do we think this is something that they do on purpose? Like, they're like, all right, I'm in front of this audience, I'm going to sound like this. Or is it subconscious? Because if it's subconscious and like involuntary, I can't hate them that much for it, right? Because they can't, in that way, they can't control it. But I feel like this is something that they do on purpose. What do you think, Henry? You think this is like a...
So I do find myself when I like come across someone with an accent, almost like mimicking them, like right back to their face, even though I'm not trying to. It is a subconscious thing for me, where it's like if I'm talking with someone from the South, I tend to get like a Southern drawl, even though I don't have one at all.
Right.
So
like
I like to think that
the Sixers today.
Yeah. So
golly. Yeah.
I'd like to give the politicians the benefit of the doubt, but they're also incredibly phony, and this would be something I could see them doing behind the scenes. Like, yeah, put on this affectation. Really sound like you're from Memphis, AOC. Really sound like it. Like, so it could be, you know, but it happens too much for me to think like, it happens too much for me to think it's just more than a coincidence, or not more than a coincidence.
Right. I feel like it's something that because if it wasn't politicians, you know, if it wasn't I would be led to believe maybe it is involuntary, but politicians are so fake and they always want to appeal to the room. You know, they're the chameleon, right? They're like, their colors change depending on what room they're in front of. But it was like when Nancy Pelosi, remember when she wore the kente cloth after George Floyd and then took a knee in the Capitol as if George Floyd was like African. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then she goes, thank you, George Floyd, for giving your life to civil rights. You know, like Nancy. By the way, have you ever seen my Nancy prop? This is her teeth.
Oh,
see them? There they are. Nancy Pelosi.
I haven't seen one of those in forever.
You know, Huh? You haven't seen them? I mean, I have so many props here. It's unbelievable. But it's if I was a member of the audience in front of AOC giving that speech, and I've heard her speak before, and I've never heard her sound like that, I'd be a little wigged out. I'd be like, what's she doing? You know, I feel like, what's that? You know, I don't, to me, it reeks of pandering. They call it code switching, right? And I can't say that I remember doing this in front of, I mean, I'm a Northerner in the South. They call me a damn Yankee, right? The Yankees are Northerners that come to the South. A damn Yankee is a Northerner who comes to the South and doesn't leave. So I'm a damn Yankee. And I still walk around. Let me get a coffee. I want a water, right? And they're like, where are you from? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not from here. Like, it's not. And I don't intentionally, like, when I hear somebody with a drawl, I know that I'm not also drawling back, you know, where they're like, hi, well, it's a real hot one out there today at the tractor pull, which we're going to a tractor pull tomorrow, by the way. It's going to be great.
Oh, nice.
They call it the Thunder Pull or the Super Pull of the South. Like, it's going to be insane. Apparently, this is the type of event where you can go and anybody who shows up with a vehicle can hook up to something and try and pull it. Like, it's just going to be 100% just total redneck fun tomorrow.
That sounds awesome.
Which is going to be it's going to be great. It's going to be great. But we've made a bunch of friends here in Tennessee through politics and whatnot, and some of whom have very thick Southern accents. And I don't believe that I catch myself slipping into that, you know? For example, I've engaged in many occasions in the war on the hoagie. It's not called a hoagie. It's called a hero. If I'm in Pennsylvania, I wouldn't be, you know, hoagieing up all over the place. Let me get a hoagie. I'd be like, it's a sub. All right, hero. All right. You know, I got to, don't me.
Calling it a hero. Was it saving your life?
Yeah, it is saving my life. Because if you don't eat, you die.
Oh, come on.
So, you know, there it is. Not all heroes wear capes, you know, and some heroes are sandwiches. That's it. That's the phrase. You never heard that phrase? You never heard that one? It's an old, you know, Confucius actually came up with that one.
I was going to say, yeah, that sounds like him.
By the way, he's from China. I said to Confucius, not all heroes wear capes, right? He said, sir, but some heroes are sandwiches, sir. Some heroes are sandwiches. All right. That was AOC. When we come back, we may have a little time to do one more funny thing. And I have it there. Actually, two more funny things. You have my wife calls them the unseasoned boiled chicken breast. These are these left-wing protesters that can't stop singing. They look like unseasoned boiled chicken breasts. Have you ever seen them? They're just gray, lifeless blobs. And maybe Jasmine Crockett when we come back, speaking of fake behavior and identity politics. So when we come back, we'll put a bow on this episode, this edition of the Dom Giordano program on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're taking you all the way up till 3 o'clock to the afternoon show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this to put a bow on this one. Head right into the weekend. Stay right there.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$2:49 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Here we go. The final stretch. Down the stretch they come. All right, here we go. Into that final segment, third and final hour, Dom Giordano program. Shawn Farash filling in. It's been a thrill the last couple days to be able to chop it up with all you guys and gals here on 1210 WPHT in this 12 to 3 slot. It's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun. I can't speak for the rest of you, but I've gotten good feedback. So hopefully you're not just blowing smoke up my rear end. All right, anyway, I want to have some fun here. I'm going to have some fun here before we go. Let's start with these leftists that are singing. Man, what is it with these people and the singing? You say, Shawn, what's wrong with singing? There's nothing wrong with it, like in the shower, you know? You go in the shower, by the way, you're the best singer in the world in the shower. The minute you step out of that bathroom, it's like, what on earth? Oh, it's like William Hung. Remember William Hung? She bangs. Remember him? American Idol? I don't know who keeps telling these left-wing crazies that this is a good idea and that this resonates, but I don't think it does. Here's a couple of them singing Hit the Road Jack, except they're singing Hit the Road Ice, and it's just chaos, and it's really bad, and I don't know who you're inspiring to be a part of your cause, but this ain't going to do it. Let's roll it.
The road guys, don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road guys, don't come back no more. What we say, hit the road guys, don't come back.
Ugh is right. That's ugh, right? That is a total.
Do I really need like the
That's
lyrics to that either? Like they're all like looking down, holding like lyrics. Yeah. Like you just replaced Jack with Ice, and you're singing the same thing.
You changed one word.
Yeah, you're just doing the chorus. Like, come on.
You changed one word, and you couldn't remember that.
I was waiting
That's
for
more
dogs to howl.
than calling a sandwich a hoagie. Yeah, it is. It's terrible. I mean, that's just. All right. I also wanted to talk about this Nate Silver thing, but we're not. Oh, you know what? Well, in just a second, I'm going to pull this tweet up. Chris Hayes, remember Chris Hayes? He's was he on I think he was on, he's on MS Now. All In with Chris. He's on MS Now. MS Now, MSNBC, used to be MSNBC. Nate Silver put out like this study that says income and education are usually positively correlated, but sometimes the relationship breaks down. What's the most Democratic voting group in America? People with postgraduate degrees, but lower to middle income. So Chris Hayes responded to this thread on X and said the most left-wing people, and this is the greatest admission ever. The most left-wing people in America are people with postgraduate degrees who are financially strapped. And the most right-wing are people without 4-year college degrees who are rich. And it's like they can't understand how this is happening. How could this be? Right? Like, I don't get it. We have all these levels of education. Why am I not making this much money? Well, it turns out, like, if you're majoring in gender studies, nobody wants to hire you because that doesn't mean anything. There's 2 genders. How long did it take to study both of them? There's 2. Maybe that's why they needed to say there was 84. There's 2. I find that one great. Like, tell me college is basically a scam without telling me it's a scam. And there's uses for it. You know, I went to school for radio, for example. And hey, would you look at this? Here I am. But like half of the reason why I went to college for radio was because I wanted to avoid math, right? You know, you don't need math for the radio. But the other half of it was because I really liked doing it. And at that point, I wanted to do sports radio. But now, you know, politics and news, which is great. It means a lot more than, you know, sports, especially, you know, when the Jets lose, my taxes don't go up. When Republicans lose, my taxes go up. So it's like, hey, why don't we put our energy towards something a little less futile? The Jets are, it's an exercise in futility. I just find it funny. They're like shocked. Wow, the most left-wing people in America are people with post-grad degrees who are financially strapped, and the most right-wing are people without 4-year college degrees who are rich. Maybe that's because these folks without 4-year college degrees, A, aren't getting hit with massive amounts of debt, B, are learning actual useful skills that they can be, that are employable in the real world. These tradeswomen who are running anyway, architects, plumbers, painters, builders, carpenters, whatever it might be, welders, steam fitters. These folks are learning actual skills that the world needs. They're learning skills that help them be productive members of society. If you have a skill that the world needs and that the world demands, you will always have work. Minus the college debt. Now, there's no college debt. You went to a trade school. It's a lot more affordable. And yet you're, underwater basket weaving majors with a gender study minor. They can't find a job. Well, it's because you haven't been taught a skill that helps you do anything. What was your major in college? Oh, I majored in gender studies. Really? How can that help you, sell this software as a service? Well, there's like 17 different genders and nope, move on. Next. Be somebody who has real skills. That's someone who got a piece of paper and something worthless. All right. How about it? Let's go one more. Let's just go one more. I want to do one more cut here. Can we play Jasmine Crockett? Let's play Jasmine Crockett. Apparently, Argentina, people who are rooting for Argentina in the World Cup were racist? How does this work out? Let's roll Crockett.
I want to go back real quick, though, Dr. Blight, because you talked about the World Cup. The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last 2 teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess. If you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists as it relates to Argentina.
Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
There's Tim Burchett. And by the way, there it is. I got my sombrero. I am El Senor, right? El Senor. El Donaldo, the greatest president, El Presidente in the history of the world. The mariachi music is coming. I know it is. And that is our sign. We got to go. God bless you guys. God bless you, everybody listening. We appreciate it. And we can't wait to be back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT again. No, it's not racist to root for Argentina. Have a great rest of your day. Afternoon show is next. Have a great weekend. See you again next time.